Chapter 705. Hearing this, the golden-toothed man smiled even more happily. Then, I wonder if young master plans to add some servants to your house? Ji-yu nodded. The man took Ji-yu to a small door behind him, which was filled with a foul smell. Many men were locked in a single room, and there was no room for them to turn around. There were many women in the hall, but they were all hung on the wall. Ji-yu frowned. I want all of them. The golden-toothed man didn't expect that Ji-yu would pay such a high price. He came out with a smile on his face. Looking at Ji-yu's body, Ji-yu said faintly, of course, that's not a problem. However, we need a lot of magnetite. Ji-yu threw a small bag over. When the other party saw the bag of gold coins, a smile appeared on his face. He turned around and left. Ji-yu looked at the person in front of her. All right, are you guys ready? After hearing Ji-yu's words, they looked at each other. They looked at Ji-yu and said lightly, thank you for saving our lives, young master. He said faintly, follow me. After saying this, those people put away the things beside them and followed Ji-yu with trembling bodies, as if they were afraid that Ji-yu would do something bad to them. After hearing Ahu's name, they looked at each other. Ji-yu walked into the big house under the lead of the golden-toothed man. Looking at these sloppy servants, Ji-yu couldn't help but frown. Who is the oldest? An old man came forward. I'm Chen Fu. Nice to meet you, young master. Do you know how to read? Yes, young master. From today onwards, you are the housekeeper of this house. Ji-yu threw a bag out. The other party caught Ji-yu's bag and felt the magic stones inside. He couldn't help but be shocked, and his eyes started to tear. At this moment, tears started to flow out of his eyes. After their tears fell, he stood up and said lightly, quickly go and get some salt. Everyone needs to boil a big wooden bucket of water and sprinkle the salt. You must wash your body clean. They never expected that their young master would have such strict requirements. When this servant was as lowly as a dog, they actually washed themselves clean. This made Ji-yu's servants a unique existence in the entire city. After Ji-yu packed up, she rode a big horse and slowly went to the entrance of the army camp. Zhong-yi and the others performed well. They actually passed down the array. The general looked at the group of people in front of him and became excited. If he could control such an army, he would probably be able to defeat the people from Star Soul Palace. At that moment, a large horse galloped forward. He pulled on the reins in front of him, and a neigh was heard. At that moment, their gazes landed on Ji-yu. Ji-yu suddenly turned around and said lightly, how dare you? How can you let a horse gallop in the army camp? After hearing this, they walked down from their horses. They placed their gazes on Ji-yu and turned around. Instantly, they flew forward. Brat, don't be rude. I am the heavenly personal army. They heard this sentence. Everyone became anxious. This was the personal army. Compared to Ji-yu's status, they were very different. After they finished speaking, they landed on the ground. They placed their gazes on Ji-yu. I don't dare to be negligent. However, Ji-yu didn't have such a good temper. She immediately attacked. It was a critical hit, followed by a huge explosion. A loud boom was heard. Everything in the surroundings was collapsing rapidly. Ji-yu stood up and quickly kicked that person. Only then did the general rush over. With a flash of his silver spear, the long spear suddenly landed on the huge rock. Following that, a loud sound was heard. The surrounding boulders collapsed one after another. Ji-yu said plainly, General. The general's hands were trembling non-stop. He had not seen Ji-yu for only a day, but Ji-yu's strength had improved so much. He could feel that the area between his thumb and index finger was trembling non-stop. That person cupped his hands and said, thank you, General, for saving my life. You're welcome. After hearing this, the two of them walked to the side. General, this is bad. A 9th-grade demonic beast has appeared. It has led the demonic beast army to the border. The Star Soul Palace's guards have also arrived. How are they now? That person sighed and said, not good. I heard that 2 of the great guards have already sacrificed themselves. Is this related to the evolving temple? It shouldn't be related. The evolving temple is still guarding. After hearing this, they stood up. The general then said, "All right, I'll lead the iron-armored army and set off now. Personal troops, please return." Jiyu said lightly, "General, give the order." The general then said, "Pass down my order." All troops set off. Our target is the border. When the army set off, they directly went into the distance. They landed on the ground, picked up the spears beside them, and aimed at Jiyu. Following that, the word kill was heard. A loud noise came from the borderlands. White light suddenly lit up. Countless screams came from the border. Jiyu hurriedly went forward with a few deputies to check. They only saw a sea of fire in front of them. Jiyu took a deep breath. Jiyu said indifferently, "This is simply hell on earth." The fire in front of them was unforgivably devouring everything around it. A golden light shrouded the sky. The surrounding people floated in the air. One of them flew forward. In an instant, he turned into a white tiger. He roared and opened his mouth wide. A ball of fire was spat out at this moment. The fire flew directly to the ground. Another group of people let out a miserable shriek. A protector of the Star Soul Palace stood on a large tree and frowned. He said faintly, "I can sense a lot of Shen energy coming in this direction." "Lord Guard, there is a group of people coming in this direction. What do you plan to do? They seem to be from the Tai Shen army." After saying this, they closed their eyes. At this moment, Jiyu picked up the treasure beside her and stood up. At this moment, she slowly stepped out. Jiyu said indifferently, "Get ready. Left dragon out." At this moment, the troops on the left raised their spears and rushed forward. He quickly flew up and stabbed the spear in front of Jiyu. Jiyu quickly retreated. The troops on the left had blocked the white tiger's path. After seeing Jiyu's spear, his gaze fell on Jiyu. The left guards had surrounded him, and the spear was being lifted and pulled back. When Jiyu saw this, he turned around, and the spear was closing in on him. After seeing this scene, along with the sound of the whistle, the general gave the order at the same time, "Right dragon, come out." He had also seen the array formation that Jiyu had brought. Personally, he believed that a good general should be formed like this. After he said that, Jiyu's eyes lit up. At this moment, the two dragons on the left and right surrounded the white tiger. A powerful white Shen energy was emitted from their bodies. Shen beasts were born with the ability to sense danger. After sensing the Shen energy emitted from Jiyu, he turned around and stepped on the spot. At this moment, the white tiger let out a roar. After the roar was heard, the white tiger turned its head and ran towards the only path in the middle. At this moment, the Tai Shen army in the middle also ran. At this moment, the axes in their hands were chopping down. At this moment, countless axes were placed on the white tiger's body. Although the white tiger's Shen energy was strong, it could not withstand the pressure of Jiyu's army. After the axes fell, the axes were all placed on the white tiger's body. The white tiger howled and directly crawled on the ground. He let out a faint howl of grief. Jiyu took the lead and flew forward. She took out a precious weapon from her arms and pierced the white tiger's body with it. As the white tiger's fur split open, blood suddenly flowed out. However, the blood that flowed out of the white tiger's body was golden. Shen skill, Sand Dragon Scroll. Ding, the host used the Sand Dragon Scroll and gained one by 999 experience points. Suddenly, 7 or 8 sand dragons flew out from the ground and wrapped around the white tiger's legs. Jiyu waved her hand and the white tiger was thrown heavily onto the wall. A loud bang was heard. The white tiger fell heavily to the ground. "Zhongyi, it's yours." When these words came out of Jiyu's mouth, Zhongyi's eyes lit up. He did not have the qualifications to enter the major Shen sects and did not have the qualifications to fuse with the soul of a Shen beast. Today, not only did he have a Shen beast, but it was such a high-level one. "I'm coming." After saying this, he raised his hand. At this moment, a bright light shone. A long green snake flew out from the side of the golden light. Chapter 706. Zhongyi's heart trembled when he saw the giant beast. The green snake was flying towards Jiyu at this moment. At this moment, the mystic light suddenly lit up. The circling cyan dragon suddenly turned its head and bared its teeth at Zhongyi. This is one of the beast kings. He took a deep breath. Zhongyi suddenly stopped moving. Jiyu raised her head and looked at the people in front of her. They said faintly, "Instructor Jiyu, help me." After shouting this sentence, they looked in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and the precious weapon in her hand burst out. The giant sword of Kuan Peng cut through the sky and flew towards the people in front of her, stabbing into the ground. They looked in the direction of Jiyu with fear. A hint of fear appeared in the corner of his eyes. Jiyu took a step forward and suddenly disappeared from where he was. He turned around. The giant sword of Kuan Peng chopped down. Suddenly, right at this moment, the ground burst open. Profound energy surged up from the ground, giving birth to a ball of raging flames. The flames burned that long snake's body. At this moment, the long snake suddenly burst into flames. It instantly fell to the ground. Only then did the long green snake transform back into its human form. Its body was covered in scales. It said indifferently, "I didn't expect that there would be such a strong Shen cultivator among the humans. But so what? You're just a weakling." He took a step forward and said faintly, "Boy, you're too arrogant." After shouting these words, they turned around. When they saw Jiyu, they disappeared in an instant. The next moment, they appeared in front of her and waved their precious weapons. Suddenly, at this moment, that burst of profound energy exploded and landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, the flames burned. Jiyu turned around and stabbed the sword into the ground. The ground in front of her suddenly cracked and flames rose from the ground. At this moment, the flames burned. At this moment, they suddenly flew out. He twisted his body and brandished his treasured weapons. The two treasures collided with each other. The person with the snake suddenly retreated and looked in the direction of Jiyu. He said faintly, "Mystical skill, 10,000 scales." After shouting these words, the scale armor suddenly flew out. Pieces of it fell to the ground. Their scales fell to the ground. At this moment, he suddenly jumped up and raised his hand. Suddenly, at this moment, he waved his hand. The scales flew out at this moment. Jiyu raised the precious weapon in her hand. Mystical skill, 10,000 trees eternal spring. Ding, the host used 10,000 trees eternal spring and gained experience points 1 by 999. After Jiyu shouted this sentence, she slapped her hands on the ground and injected her dark force into the ground. The green dark force was injected into the trees at this moment. At this moment, the surrounding trees quickly spread out and shot forward. Those vine-like snakes wrapped around the green snake's body. He never expected that the scales on the green snake's body would hit the green snake's body, but the green snake was quickly tied up. Those scales collided with the trees at this moment. He jumped up and retreated a few steps. At this moment, the flames hit the ground. Jiyu flew up. He held the precious weapon and ran forward at this moment. Then, he waved his sword again. A moment later, the dark force suddenly exploded. At this moment, the flames started to burn and spread in all directions. Jiyu said faintly to the person in front of her, "Zhongyi, get ready." After Jiyu shouted this sentence, he flew forward and landed on the ground. He raised the precious weapon in his hand and suddenly stabbed down. The white tiger roared. The white tiger suddenly took 2 steps back. It turned its head and ran forward. After running 2 steps, it jumped up and clawed in the direction of Jiyu. When the claws fell, scratches appeared on Zhongyi's hand. Although there were wounds on Zhongyi's body, blood was slowly flowing down at this moment. He used the precious weapon in his hand and quickly turned the white tiger's head. At this moment, all the blood was poured into the precious weapon. The precious weapon was absorbed into his hand. He stood up and said faintly, "Thank you, teacher." A look of hidden bitterness appeared in the snake's eyes. "You humans are too much of a bully." After Zhongyi obtained the white tiger's dark force skill, he clawed out. At this moment, a few streaks of blood flew out and fell on the body in front of him. At this moment, the trees slowly collapsed. Jiyu walked forward. The precious weapon fell heavily, accompanied by a loud boom. At this moment, the dark force exploded. At this moment, they fell to the ground. The green snake's eyes were on Ji. At this moment, the green snake looked in the direction of Ji and said faintly, "Big brother, save me." After shouting this sentence, a huge figure suddenly fell from the sky. At this moment, he stood up and a ball of fire burst out from his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly stepped on the ground and a few cracks appeared in the sky. The person in the sky flew down and landed on the ground. He said slowly, "What's wrong with you? Why can't you even help a single person?" After shouting this sentence, he suddenly turned around. He took out the precious weapon and directly attacked the other party. He flew forward and said faintly, "You should go." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark force in his body was suddenly sucked in. His soul was also sucked into the treasure artifact at this moment. He stood up and said faintly, "Human, it's your turn." The green snake lay on the ground and did not move. He raised the precious weapon in his hand and looked in the direction of Ji. He ran and flew forward, directly attacking in the direction of Ji. He swung his sword and the dark force stabbed into the ground at this moment. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The surrounding armored soldiers were all sent flying. They all spat out blood on their faces. They all looked at Ji. Ji raised the precious weapon beside her and pushed the powerful dark force away. Suddenly, the ball of fire exploded in the sky. At this moment, the sky exploded. At this moment, the flames turned into sparks and exploded in the flames, landing on the ground. He said faintly, "Ji, what are you trying to do?" After shouting this sentence, they flew forward and looked in the direction of Ji. He flew forward, picked up the precious weapon beside him, and waved it forward. The precious weapon flew forward and landed in the direction of Ji. Ji turned around and picked up the treasure tool in front of him. With a turn of his body, he collided with the mysterious light, causing the flame to break apart. He flew backward and looked at that person. Even with Ji's dark force, he couldn't see through this person's real body. He said faintly, "Who are you?" After hearing Ji's words, he laughed out loud and said to Ji, who was in front of him, "Kid, you smell good. You're mine." After he shouted those words, he flew forward and landed in front of Ji. Then, he directly pulled out the profound energy from behind Ji and gathered the ball of flame in his hand. He said faintly, "Kid, I want your dark spirit." Ji charged forward with explosive speed and brandished his own prized artifact. At this moment, the few balls of flames were also brandished forward. He waved the balls of fire forward. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The balls of fire collided with the ground. The balls of fire flew forward and coiled around Ji like a poisonous snake. He waved his precious weapon forward and the snake suddenly split into two. Ji flew forward and he waved his precious weapon forward. He stabbed the precious weapon into his neck. He said faintly, "Impossible. How can you break through my dark force?" Ji said faintly, "My dark force contains the power of the wood element. So that's how it is." He saw Ji use the power of fire and earth. Now, he even has the power of the wood element. This kid is not simple. He looked at Ji and disappeared from where he was in an instant. He flew forward and stepped on the body of a Xian beast. The Xian beast's eyes glowed red. The two of them gathered together. He flew forward like a tornado. He raised his hand and blocked in front of the mysterious light. The dark light collided with each other. He stood up and said to Ji in front of him, "Kid, the profound energy in your body belongs to me this time." But he did not expect that Ji would suddenly disappear from his original spot. A bolt of lightning appeared in his hand. Looking at the lightning in Ji's hand, the man's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "I am the king of the forest, the golden rock dark beast. I will never lose to a puny human like you." Chapter 707. The golden rock returned to its original form. A pair of huge wings appeared on its back and flapped rapidly at this moment. It suddenly flapped its wings and countless black feathers flew forward. Although it was a golden rock, the feathers floated down at this moment. All of a sudden, the feathers turned into giant swords and shot towards Ji-yu. Ji-yu jumped up and turned around abruptly. She swung her sword heavily and the Kuan-peng giant sword suddenly burst out. Those black feathers were like arrows, shooting out one after another. He waved his hands in the air. Only the sound of swords clanging could be heard. Those long arrows suddenly fell to the ground. After seeing those arrows on the ground, Ji-yu's gang-chi pierced all the black feathers into the gang-chi. When the dark light disappeared, those feathers fell to the ground one after another. The golden rock fixed its eyes on Ji-yu. It let out a long roar and jumped down. Its hands had turned into sharp claws and directly grabbed toward Ji-yu. Ji-yu turned around and waved the precious weapon in her hand, which collided with the claws. The two objects collided with each other and suddenly exploded with a bang. When the precious weapon and the claws collided, a golden light appeared in the air. At this moment, the dark force between the two people directly condensed into a golden light, and the surrounding heat was emitted at this moment. It directly melted the surrounding flames for hundreds of meters. At this moment, the flames gradually fell. Ji-yu flew forward. At this moment, the golden rock quickly turned its head, spread its wings, and flew into the air, shouting loudly, "Retreat." After roaring this sentence, the cries of many Xian beasts erupted from the depths of the forest. They dragged their heavy bodies and ran towards the depths of the forest. The people of the iron-armored army immediately shouted, "Long live, long live." After shouting this sentence, they took out their precious weapons. At this moment, they ran towards Ji-yu, only to see Ji-yu take a step forward. She shouted to the people in front of her at the same time, "Long live the iron-armored army." After he shouted this, the people around him started to shout as well. When they saw this scene, they slowly stepped forward and pointed their artifacts at Ji-yu, who was in front of them. This was the highest level of treatment for their own officers. Ji-yu walked in front of them and knocked into them one by one. Ji-yu stood up and flew out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The rest of the iron-armored army followed Ji-yu back. At this moment, the people of the Star Soul Palace behind them looked at Ji-yu. Ji-yu said indifferently, "Aren't you all leaving? They probably won't be back in a short period of time." The people of the Star Soul Palace snorted, "Kid, don't be so arrogant." Ji-yu didn't say anything, only taking a step forward. At this moment, as if thinking of something, he turned around. Everyone looked at Ji-yu curiously and he suddenly ran forward. On a huge rock, Ji-yu waved her precious weapon and carved a long sword on the huge rock. A few large words appeared on the surface. "Ji-yu is here. You are not allowed to take a step forward in the Star Soul Forest." After seeing this scene, they all sucked in a cold breath. They suddenly ran out at this moment and aimed at Ji-yu. Ji-yu injected a surge of dark force into the huge rock. A golden light appeared on it. The golden light suddenly brightened up. The two huge beasts who were still in a daze turned around and saw the huge rock in front of them suddenly light up. After seeing this scene, he flew out and landed on the ground. He suddenly turned around and stabbed down with his sword. Suddenly, that ray of light appeared. The dark force exploded on the spot. The surrounding land was bombarded at this time, and the trees around the land were collapsing at this time. After seeing this scene, Ji-yu flew 2 steps forward. In an instant, Ji-yu turned around and slammed the precious weapon in her hand down. After the sword fell, Yi Zichen's ray of light appeared in front of her. After the ray of light landed, he slowly walked forward. Ji-yu said indifferently, "Let's go." After shouting this sentence, Ji-yu stood up and walked out with the people beside her. When the people from the Star Soul Palace saw this scene, they suddenly felt a sense of jealousy in their hearts. Ji-yu turned around and said indifferently, "Investigate his information clearly. I have to give him an explanation." The two of them looked at each other and cupped their hands. "Yes." After he shouted those words, the two people around him slowly walked forward. When they saw this scene, they flew forward and put away the long swords in their hands. At the same time, a wisp of mental energy appeared in their hands, and a bird flew down from the sky and landed on his shoulder. Then, a small piece of paper was stuffed into that bird's mouth. 3 days later, a little bird landed in the Star Soul Palace. After seeing the paper, he walked into the palace. Reporting to the branch palace leader, "This person is Gu. He is from the North Profound sect." After shouting this, he said indifferently, "Bring him out." As soon as they finished speaking, they rode on the back of their horses and rushed out, one after another riding on the back of the Shen beasts. He pulled the reins in his hand and the Shen beasts flew out. The Shen beasts kept charging forward. Gu jumped to the side. At this moment, he locked his gaze on Gu. Gu said indifferently, "Go." After shouting this sentence, the rest of the people picked up the treasured weapons in front of them and held them in their hands. He suddenly flew up and rushed forward with the treasured weapon in his hand. After the sword was chopped down, Gu suddenly turned around and collided with the sword in his hand. At this moment, the two treasured weapons collided together. The eldest girl walked out and looked at the person in front of her. She shouted angrily, "Impudent! My young master is an instructor in the army. Who dares to be impudent?" The person who fought with Gu took back his treasured weapon and rode on his horse. He looked at Gu and said indifferently, "The Star Soul Hall has summoned you. Come with me." Gu snorted and said indifferently, "What is your Star Soul Hall? You dare to humiliate a 5-star soul elder?" A guy in purple robes looked as if he didn't care about Gu's words. He rode on the Shen beast in front of him and waved the spear in his hand towards Gu. Gu calmly waved her sword. Shen skill, Raging Inferno. Ding, host used Raging Inferno. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. At this moment, the 3 fire dragons roared and flew forward. They collided with him heavily. After this fierce collision, his body emitted a mysterious light and fell to the ground. He looked in Gu's direction and said indifferently, "Sir 5-star soul elder, he. Before he could finish his words, a raging fire came out of his body and covered his entire body. After being burned by the raging fire, the bones in his body started to fall off one by one. "You, don't go too far. Today, I'll show you just how strong a 5-star soul exalt is." Bai Yunfei spun around to face Tang Wulin. 5th level of the human profound realm? Gu immediately confirmed the Shen Qi on his body. She saw the 5-star soul elder stomp on the ground and 3 pillars of fire appeared. Bloom, hell flower. Suddenly, countless flames erupted from the ground and flew in Gu's direction. Gu jumped and landed on top of a house. She looked at the people below with cold eyes and said indifferently, "Go to hell." When the hell's flower bloomed, countless vines spread out in the air and danced in all directions, outlining the bodies of the saplings. At this time, the saplings also collapsed. Many houses were caught in the fire and were set ablaze. "Ha ha ha, feel the wrath of hell," the 5-star soul elder said arrogantly. Gu said indifferently, "I say, it's too early for you to say such big words." Ding, host watched the Earth rank Shen skill, Hell Flower. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Earth rank Shen skill, Hell Flower. He heavily hammered the ground. Suddenly, another hell flower bloomed in the air. Ding, host used the hell flower. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. At this moment, the army camp also sensed the raging inferno. The great general led the iron-armored army and rushed out. He was too familiar with the fluctuations of Shen Qi. If it wasn't his good instructor, who else could it be? He originally planned to have a celebratory feast tonight. He didn't want to offend the Star Soul Hall. The great general prayed madly in his heart, but sometimes, fate just loved to play tricks on people. He pulled on the reins in his hand and walked down. "Who dares to cause trouble here? Quickly put out the fire." Several water Shen Qi cultivators walked out and used their Shen skills. The fire didn't extinguish and they could only control the surrounding houses. When Jiyu saw the great general, she stopped and retracted the flames that were still fighting in the air. "Greetings, General." The 5-star soul elder looked at the great general beside him. "He is your subordinate. The Star Soul Hall won't forget what happened today." Chapter 708. The 5-star soul exalt snorted and walked out of the room. The general let out a sigh of relief when he saw him leave. He turned to Ji and said, "Fortunately, you didn't kill him." He sighed and glanced at Ji. "But you've offended a 5-star soul exalt, and that heavenly guard didn't have a good impression of you. I'm afraid there's no hope for you in the future." Ji took a step forward and instantly disappeared from where he was standing. The general looked at Ji's back and sighed. The two people beside him saw the general's expression and walked up to him. "General, why are you sighing? This person is too arrogant. I'm sure his future path won't be easy. General, I think he's doing it on purpose." "Oh, what do you mean?" "General, think about it. This person is strong enough to kill a 5-star soul exalt. His current behavior shows that he doesn't care about his position." "Doesn't care about his position?" After thinking about it, he turned around and took 2 steps forward. "Ha ha ha, let's set up a banquet. Invite everyone in the army." After saying that, Ji stepped forward and climbed onto the back of the mystical beast. At that moment, the mystical beast began to move, stomping on the ground. The mystical beast flew out and continued to stomp on the ground. He pulled on the reins in his hands. The Xian beasts flew forward. Ji said indifferently, "What's the situation?" Huang Xiaofang walked out at this time and laughed loudly. He stroked his beard and said, "Brat, you need to be savage." After shouting these words, Ji flew forward and ran a few steps. The Xian beasts flew forward. At this moment, the Xian beasts shot out explosively. The beast landed on the ground. Huang Xiaofang grabbed his hat and shouted nervously, "Slow down, slow down." After getting off the beast, Huang Xiaofang hugged the tree and spat it out. "Brother, your ability to control the beast is too amazing. I had no choice but to spit it out." After saying this, he said indifferently, "Ha ha ha, let's go in and talk." After Ji went in, Huang Xiaofang took out a bag and placed it on the table. Countless magnetite appeared on the table. It was impossible to find magnetite like this anywhere else. After seeing this, Ji said indifferently, "Ha ha ha, so this is how you want to sell your treasures?" Huang Xiaofang was stunned. "If you treat me as a friend, we can do it in a transaction." After saying this, he said faintly, "It was my fault just now." Huang Xiaofang's face suddenly became very serious and he cupped his hands. "I'm sorry, brother Ji." Ji laughed and said, "We are all good friends." After saying this, Ji took his hand and walked out. After feeling Ji's sincerity, Ji said indifferently, "I can deal with the treasures." When he heard this, a smile appeared on his face. "Brother Ji, is what you said true?" Ji nodded. Looking at Ji, he smiled and took Ji's hand and walked out. "Where are we going? Young people are hot-tempered. We need to go out and travel." After saying this, he took Ji's hand and walked out. There were still a few young people waiting here. It was said that they were all from different places. They sat in the carriage and slowly got up. Then, they came to the surface. Ji landed on the ground and a smile appeared on his face. Ji said indifferently, "Hello, everyone. This must be Brother Ji." "That's right. Let's go and have a look. Brother Ji, welcome to join us." Only then did Ji understand that they were a bunch of prodigal sons. He laughed and sat in the carriage. The carriage started to move at high speed. They arrived at a magnificent building not far away. Countless girls wearing very little were waving their scarves on the top of the building. They covered their mouths and kept waving their handkerchiefs at the people downstairs. Ji said indifferently, "Haha, this is not bad. Ji Gongzi is an expert." After saying this, they entered the building. They looked at each other and Ji said indifferently, "Let's go in." As soon as they entered the door, Ji took out a gold coin and threw it to him. After seeing the gold coin, his eyes lit up with excitement. "Distinguished guests are here. Distinguished guests are here." After roaring this sentence, a woman with an extremely beautiful figure walked out from behind. Only her waist could be seen constantly twisting. "Oh, young masters, what kind of girls do you like to see?" This sentence was asking them if they had any girls they wanted to make friends with. Huang Xiaofang laughed and slipped his hand into her embrace. The brothel keeper also laughed and said, "Ayo, This is so embarrassing. After saying this, Ji-yu turned around and suddenly saw the fruit in front of him. He hadn't seen such a thing in this world for a long time. He held a watermelon and said, "This is mine." Everyone walked into their respective rooms. When they entered their rooms, they all laughed happily. Ji-yu ordered a large plate of watermelon for herself. If it weren't for the fact that Ji-yu gave a lot of gold coins, everyone would have thought that there was something wrong with this person. In fact, these little girls' bodies were really unbearable to look at. They were extremely young, so Ji-yu naturally didn't like them. After waiting for a long time, Ji-yu came out, stretched his body and yawned. He went back first. When he returned to the barracks, he sent someone to call for the quartermaster. After greeting him, he explained the requirements clearly and waved his hand. Then they walked out. After seeing this scene, the general walked in and placed an invitation in front of Ji-yu. Ji-yu picked up the invitation in front of him. After seeing this scene, he turned around. He walked out of the door directly. It was supposed to be 3 days later, but Ji-yu wanted to walk outside today and lure the people from Star Soul Palace to make a move. The people from Star Soul Hall stood at the periphery of the deep forest. They looked at the crowd below the forest. After Ji-yu boarded the carriage and came out, he said indifferently, "Come out." After saying this, a few people jumped down from the sky. They looked in Ji-yu's direction and said, "Kid, you offended our 5-star soul elder. Don't think that you can leave safely today." After saying this, one of them took a step forward. His hands slapped the ground. All of a sudden, a gust of demonic wind appeared in the sky, blowing heavily towards the opponent's body. He jumped up and waved his palm forward. Suddenly, it landed on the person's body. Accompanied by a loud bang, the person turned into a cloud of blood mist in the air. After the blood mist dispersed, Ji-yu jumped up and looked at the people in front of him. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. They raised their hands. Numerous long swords suddenly danced forward. At this moment, the long sword landed in front of him. After seeing this long sword, his eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He didn't even use a mystic skill. Ji-yu flew forward. He waved his hand heavily and the treasures in his hand flew out. That long sword suddenly turned into hundreds of treasures. They were all treasures made of sand. Those treasures fell down heavily and continuously bombarded the ground. After seeing this scene, Ji-yu jumped up. After he turned around, he swung his palm heavily. Accompanied by the landing of his palm, a cloud of blood mist appeared in the air. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of the mouth of the person sent by Star Soul Palace. He landed on the tree trunk and gritted his teeth at Ji-yu in front of him. "How dare you, you are courting death." After roaring these words, he put his hand into his mouth, which was the most taboo part of his body. A sound was blown. Countless people in black appeared from the trees and completely surrounded Ji-yu. A purple long-distance guy appeared. He had 6 stars on his clothes. Even a 6-star venerable appeared. "How can this Ji-yu be worthy?" Everyone started whispering. At the same time, the 6-star venerable suddenly said, "Catch him." After shouting this sentence, the people beside him flew down and came to Ji-yu's side. They quickly flew forward. After seeing Ji-yu, Ji-yu turned around. Mystic skill, Raging Inferno. Ding, the host used Raging Inferno. Obtained experience points of 1 by 999. The flames flew out like a whirlpool and swallowed everything in the surroundings. When the flames burned the trees, a ball of fire appeared. Of course, he was no exception. He leaped into the air and charged at Ji-yu. He waved his hand, "Catch him." The 6-star venerable seemed to want to see where the bottom line of Ji-yu's strength was. The human mystic realm was not easy to break through. It was a joke to want to break through. Moreover, the gap between the two realms was not something that could be easily broken through. He clenched his fists tightly and punched out. Suddenly, the sky shook violently. A loud boom was heard. The surroundings were about to change. Chapter 709. The 6-star venerable's eyes were filled with astonishment. Everything was too unexpected. This kid actually had such a powerful cultivation technique. He flew back and said, "Retreat quickly." After shouting this sentence, the two of them jumped up and the people around them quickly surrounded them. 6-star Venerable, we're just facing a military instructor. Do we still have to retreat? What do you know? The movement technique he used just now was too terrifying. It's not something we can deal with. Run quickly. After shouting this, the two of them looked at each other. He flew up and landed on a tree in front of him. He then threw out a piece of magnetite. The magnetite landed on the ground and 5 rays of golden light appeared. The 5 rays of golden light quickly spread out. Array formation? The 6-star Venerable laughed out loud. At the same time, he waved his sword fingers even faster. He muttered something as if something was shaking violently. Suddenly, countless treasures fell from the sky. It was like a meteor falling to the ground, along with the treasures falling to the ground. The dust in the surroundings flew up quickly. The surrounding dust quickly gathered together and combined into a ray of magnetite light. Jiyu muttered something and something seemed to be radiating from his body. The magnetite light gathered in front of him. He waved it out heavily. The Kuan-Peng giant sword also shot out at this moment. The Kuan-Peng giant sword turned into dozens of treasures and landed in front of Jiyu. Jiyu landed on a tree and smiled faintly. At the same time, he bit his finger and the blood on his finger dripped onto the ground. A 5-point star appeared in front of him. A golden puppet appeared in the 5-point star. Under Jiyu's command, the golden puppet shot out quickly and flew into the sky. At the same time, he quickly twisted his body, and after a quick rotation, all the long swords were knocked away. It held the long sword in its hand. The people from Star Soul Hall jumped down and raised the treasures in their hands. They charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu smiled faintly and raised his hand at the same time. All of a sudden, the golden body puppet began to move. At the same time, he took 2 steps back and stood in front of him. He said faintly, "Get out of the way. Otherwise, you'll have to blame me for not showing mercy." All of the 6-star soul exalts stared at the puppet in astonishment. Though it was only a puppet, the fact that it had a mind of its own made it a freak of nature. He said faintly, "What do you want?" The other party looked at him with contempt and said faintly, "Get lost." The 2 1-star soul exalts from Star Soul Hall in front of him were startled. At this moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiyu flew up and heavily waved his hand. At this moment, the treasured weapon shot out and pierced into the other party's body. The treasured weapon pierced through his body. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He said faintly, "Why? Why does a puppet have such strength?" After he finished speaking, his body went limp and he fell to the ground. Jiyu pulled back his treasured weapon and turned around to look at the person in front of him. He said faintly, "It's your turn now." After hearing this, it was as if he heard the sound of thunder in his ears. He suddenly exploded. He held the giant sword in his hand and looked at Jiyu. He gritted his teeth and said, "You dare to kill people from Star Soul Hall. Jiyu, you and Star Soul Hall will not rest until one of us is dead." Jiyu said faintly, "You brazenly attacked people from the army. The ones who should die are you." He snorted disdainfully and said, "Brothers, let's retreat." After shouting those words, they flew into the air. This time, Jiyu did not stop them. She merely looked at their departing figures and seemed to have thought of something. After returning home, the eldest maid walked up to Jiyu anxiously. She saw that Jiyu seemed to have been injured. Although there was no wound, there was dust on his body. In her memory, the young master would not get injured. Today, he was injured. What happened to the young master? After thinking about this, she gritted her teeth and said, "I won't let this person go." Jiyu smiled faintly and rubbed her little head. At this time, a few people walked up to him and looked at Jiyu with a trace of shyness. Jiyu rubbed her little head and said faintly, "You don't have any Shen energy and you're not suitable for cultivation. So you just have to take good care of this young master." When the order arrived at the Huang family, Huang Xiaofang laughed out loud and ordered someone to ride a carriage to Jiyu. He said faintly to Jiyu, "Ha ha ha, brother Ji, I didn't expect that you would complete what you promised yesterday. This little brother is full of admiration for you." Seeing this guy's bootlicking, Ji Yu didn't know what to say. He pulled the other party's hand and walked in another direction. The eldest girl immediately understood and ran into the kitchen. Ji Yu taught her to make a few dishes yesterday. He told the eldest girl that he would leave this place one day, so she had to master some survival skills. Could it be that this man wanted to leave her? The more she thought about this, the more pain she felt in her heart. However, she still prepared the food and placed it on the table. The two chatted and tasted the food on the table. Ji Yu then said faintly, "We've gathered a lot of people now. In the Imperial Court, we've been extremely patient with the Star Soul Palace. So brother, what do you think will happen in the future? I want to deal with the Evolution Temple, so I must take down the Star Soul Palace. I need the help of the Star Soul Empire. The Star Soul Palace is something that His Majesty is worried about. Even if Brother Ji is strong, you can't replace the Imperial family if you kill the entire Imperial family." Ji Yu nodded. If it wasn't for this relationship, he would have died long ago. After saying this, he turned his head and said indifferently, "Brother Ji, our family is a merchant. We are willing to place our bets on you. If you have any instructions, please don't hesitate to ask. I need you to control all the businesses in the country. However, the Star Soul Palace has a branch called the Alchemy Hall. I can't fight against the elixirs they produce. However, I don't have many other things." After saying this, he looked at Ji Yu. In his eyes, there seemed to be a hint of desire, as if he wanted the other party to give him a clear answer. Suddenly, Ji Yu laughed out loud. He pulled his hand and walked out. He said faintly, "Don't worry. Help me find a group of alchemists. But many of the alchemists in our country have been taken away by the Star Soul Palace." Ji Yu thought for a while before saying, "Don't worry about the quality." He took a deep breath. This was simply inconceivable. Could it be that he had a way to make alchemists succeed in batches? This was impossible. This was simply too inconceivable. After hearing this, he cupped his hands and said to Ji Yu in front of him, "All right, Brother Ji Yu. Wait for me, I'll be back soon." After standing up, he cupped his fists and left. Ji Yu watched him leave and calmly took a sip of tea. After seeing Ji Yu's leisurely manner, the maidservant beside her asked, "Young master, why do you treat him so well? Huang Xiaofang is a good person." After saying this, Ji Yu stood up and walked out. This afternoon, he still had to go to the general's place for a drink. After they stood up, they looked at each other. He said faintly, "Someone is actually spying on us." Huang Xiaofang then said, "My good young master, you've already forced them to this extent. Do you still expect them to not do anything to you? Ha ha ha." After laughing out loud, he turned his head. Huang Xiaofang asked, "Speaking of which, it's those people who are spying on you." Ji Yu waved his hand, "Look at the peddlers over there and the people picking things. When I came back, they were already picking, but they still haven't left this room. Also, there are a few people over there who claim that they can predict the future. So it was like that. They sucked in a breath of air. So it was like that." He opened his mouth and said, "So it was like that. Then I understand. Today, you still have to go to the great general's residence. I won't disturb you." After speaking, he extended his hands and cupped them slightly. He then stood up and bid farewell. After seeing him leave, Ji Yu turned his head and said faintly, "Brother Huang, take care." Two servants walked forward with a white tiger. When the beast saw Ji Yu, its heart seemed to tremble. Ji Yu rode on the white tiger and waved the reins in his hand. At this moment, the beast slowly walked out. Ji Yu said faintly, "We'll go over now." After calling out Ahu's name, they waved their whips and walked forward. He said faintly, "Hurry up and leave." After saying this, the two people next to him stood up and cupped their fists, wishing the young master a victory. Chapter 710. Ji Yu was very puzzled. What exactly was going on? Why were they acting like this? However, a trace of doubt flashed through his heart. With his Xian strength, who could be more powerful than him? After thinking of this, Ji Yu felt relieved. He pulled the mystical beast under him and soon appeared in front of the general's residence. He saw two people standing at the entrance of the residence. They were holding spears and looked very impressive. "Stop right there." After saying this, Ji Yu pulled the mystical beast under him and stopped it. He looked at the people in front of him and asked indifferently, "Who are you?" Ji Yu took out an invitation. After seeing the invitation in Ji Yu's hand, they opened up a path. Ji Yu rode the mystical beast and entered. He landed on the back of the horse and said indifferently, "Greetings, young Master Ji Yu. Please come in." After saying this, the two of them walked in. When they saw Ji Yu, a young man came in alone. There was a young girl in his house who looked pretty good. He asked weakly, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" After hearing this, Ji Yu said, "I am Ji Yu. The general invited me here. My grandfather invited you, a young boy, to a banquet. This is simply a joke." Ji Yu patted her head. The young girl looked at Ji Yu blankly and said, "Don't touch my head. I won't grow taller." Ji Yu laughed and patted her head. He pulled the person beside him and slowly walked forward. Ji Yu said indifferently, "You won't grow taller if I touch your head." After saying this, they looked at each other. Ji Yu said slowly, "All right, bring me to your grandfather." The young girl nodded and the person beside her walked out slowly. That person looked at Ji Yu. Ji Yu said indifferently, "What's wrong?" A young man around 15 or 16 years old walked out. His body contained a huge amount of Shen energy. He looked at Ji Yu and frowned. He said indifferently, "Sister Lan, come here." After saying this, they looked at each other. He walked forward and said indifferently, "Who are you?" Ji Yu said, "I am Ji Yu. The general invited me here." The young man glanced at the invitation card in Ji Yu's hand and thought to himself that such a young man could actually have such strength. He said lightly, "Young man, the general must have sent the wrong invitation. You should go home quickly. Tonight, those who are coming are all important people from the various armies. This is not a place where you can stay." Ji Yu laughed, "You're so young too. I know that the general doesn't have any grandchildren. Who are you?" "I am the genius of the Star Soul Empire and the favorite of the Star Soul Palace. I am Fei Hong." After saying this, they looked at each other. He said indifferently, "Kill." The two of them looked back at each other, then slowly walked forward. He said faintly, "Little brat, you'd better go home early." After saying this, Ji Yu jumped up and landed on the fake mountain. A powerful Shen energy exploded from his body. When he sensed that Ji Yu's profound strength was around the 4th level of the human profound realm, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He looked in Ji Yu's direction, picked up the treasured weapon in front of him, and suddenly disappeared from where he stood. He picked up the treasure in front of him and flew forward. He swung his sword at Ji Yu. Ji Yu suddenly turned around and swung the treasure heavily. At this moment, the two treasures collided. At this moment, a bolt of lightning burst out. The surrounding lightning struck the ground, and a group of flames appeared, surrounding the surrounding flames. Ji Yu watched as Fei Hong kept changing his form. In the next second, Fei Hong suddenly swung his sword behind him. The sword let out a long whistle like a bird's cry. After the bird's cry ended, it swung heavily in Ji Yu's direction. After seeing the bird, he snorted coldly and jumped up in an instant. At the same time, he swung the treasure in his hand forward. The treasure weapon collided with his long sword. The sound of thunder rang out in the surroundings. The thunder struck in all directions. After the sound of an explosion, the surrounding rocks shattered. He looked at Ji Yu in front of him and tears flowed out of his eyes. Fei Hong only felt that he had suffered a great humiliation today. He originally thought that he could deal with Ji Yu alone, but he didn't expect that his defense would be so easily broken by someone else's sword. After thinking of this, he clenched his fists tightly. He said indifferently, "How dare you?" After saying this, they picked up the treasures beside them and took 2 steps forward. A burst of cracking sound came from the air. At this moment, a tearing sound came from the crack in the air. Ji Yu swung the treasure heavily. At this moment, the treasure quickly condensed a layer of water ice. At this moment, the icicles fell heavily. Countless icicles fell heavily on the ground. The sound of thunder rang out in the air. They looked at each other. Ji flew forward and suddenly disappeared. He waved his hand heavily. The icicles flew towards Ji. Ji smiled faintly. The mysterious energy in her hand exploded and the flames fell rapidly. After the flames collided with the other party, he opened his eyes. Only then did he open his eyes. Seeing the countless icicles burning at this moment, he said faintly, "What is going on?" After hearing this, he turned around and said indifferently, "I admit that you have the ability to stay here." After snorting coldly, he turned around and walked out. However, there was a fierce look in his eyes. At this time, the Grand General walked out and laughed loudly. "I didn't expect the younger generation of the Star Soul Empire to be so outstanding. This is very good. This old man is very satisfied." He smiled faintly and turned his head around. He said to Ji, "Feihong, the difference between you and Ji is too big. You should learn from him in the future." After saying this, Ji stood up and took 2 steps forward. He said indifferently, "Brother Ji, Feihong was rude." After saying this, Ji took a step forward and said indifferently, "We are both the future of the Star Soul Empire. We can be friends." The two of them looked at each other and stood up. Then, he waved his hands and cupped them in greeting. Only then did Ji speak, "Great General, I'm late. Please forgive me." After hearing Ji's words, he laughed loudly and pulled the two of them in. Today, the general purposely set up more than 20 tables in the back garden. He pulled Ji to stand beside him. At this moment, someone walked out and shouted loudly, "Lin Tai-jun, General Huang Fei, Instructor Lin Tai-jun, and Deputy General are here." Huang Fei walked in with a group of people and laughed loudly. At the same time, he looked at everyone and saw Ji. "Is this young friend Ji?" Ji nodded. He immediately grabbed Ji's hand. "Oh, greetings, General Huang. Our Huang Shaofang is your friend. Call me Uncle Huang in the future." After saying this, Ji said, "Hello, Uncle Huang." After greeting each other, the two of them sat down. General Jin Ling of the Sprite Army has arrived. Jin Ling walked in and looked at the people around him with contempt. He found a seat and sat down. Then, a few generals walked in and the banquet began. Many people put their cups on the table and a few side dishes on the table. Then, they started eating. After eating the food in front of them, they looked at each other. After eating the food in front of them, they looked at each other. Then, he stood up. Ji said calmly, "Hello, uncles. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please don't refuse." Ji's storage ring flashed and a few small medicine bottles appeared on the table. The people looked at the medicine bottles in front of them and their eyes were about to fall out. Then, he said, "Haha, kid, you're really kind." Great General Huang was the first to pick up a bottle and eat one. Immediately, his forehead was filled with sweat. Then, he turned around and the profound energy in his body suddenly appeared. At this moment, the profound energy quickly gathered in his dantian. He waved his hand and the Xian energy quickly gathered in his dantian. He suddenly stood up and let out a loud shout. He actually had the intention of breaking through. When everyone saw this scene, they sucked in a cold breath. This was simply too miraculous. After seeing this, they turned around. He slowly took a step forward and said to Ji in front of him, "This is simply too magical." Chapter 7:11. The remaining generals picked up the pill bottles in their hands and carefully hid them. These pill bottles could not be given to others. They were to be kept for their future children. They had already reached the peak of Xian energy. What else could they look forward to in the future? When they thought of this, they kept the pill bottles in front of them and looked at Ji. They said indifferently, "Kid, this old man thanks you. If there is anything we can help with in the future, just tell us directly." Ji smiled faintly and waved her hand. They looked at each other and laughed out loud. At this time, along with the sound of hands clapping, many women walked in from both sides. They seemed to be very good at singing and dancing as they jumped up. Ji finally understood what the great general wanted to do. It was nothing more than inviting her to get to know the various people in the army. The banquet only ended at midnight. Ji was placed on the carriage by the servants. Then, they slowly headed home. The people from Star Soul Hall landed on the walls around them. "Young master, are we going to make a move?" One of them sighed and shook his head. He said indifferently, "If we make a move now, it will be no different from offending them." After saying this, they looked at each other and said indifferently, "Young master, what else can we do if they offend our people?" After shouting this, the surrounding people revealed a trace of hope in their eyes. They hoped that they would fly down and kill a group of people. The 7-star venerable of the Star Soul Palace sighed. He waved his hand heavily. It seemed that this was the only way to deal with Ji properly. They kept jumping down from the walls. They took out treasured weapons from their storage rings. They looked in Ji's direction. After yelling, Li Yundong shouted. In that instant, the surrounding experts flew forward, picked up the treasured items on the ground, and charged in Ji's direction. After roaring out these words, Ji slapped on the carriage and leaped into the air. The two servants exchanged glances, then took out some magical items from their bosoms. They looked in Ji's direction. At that moment, the rest of the people slowly walked up to them. Everyone held their treasured weapons in their hands. Ji said indifferently, "Hurry up and leave." The two servants were now wearing clean clothes and had 3 meals a day, which was impossible in the past. After hearing this, they looked at each other. "Young master, we don't want to leave." Ji said indifferently, "Leave. You will only tie my hands and feet here." The servants looked at each other. They knew that their young master was very capable. They still had treasured weapons in their hands. They did not even look back as they ran in the direction of their home. However, Ji did not hold a grudge because of this. This was what they should do. Ji did not wish for her people to become tragic people. Ji jumped up and looked over. The two people landed on the ground and looked in Ji's direction. At the same time, they picked up the treasures beside them and charged in Ji's direction. Ji stabbed the Kuan-Peng giant sword into the ground. Instantly, countless flames flew up. The system also transmitted the sound of experience gained. The flames were like a poisonous dragon. They flew out and poured into the ground. The ground exploded. After the fire dragon flew up, it flew towards them. The 2-star Soul Palace assassins didn't expect that they would fall into a pool of blood. They spat out blood. Their eyes were filled with anger as they looked in Ji's direction. Only then did Ji turn around and throw a heavy punch, which was accompanied by a loud bang. At this moment, the surrounding smoke was slowly drifting towards them. The poisonous substance directly covered his face. His entire body went soft and suddenly fell to the ground. They looked at each other and tightly gripped the treasures in their hands. They raised the treasured weapons in their hands and charged in the direction of the other party. After a loud roar, they charged in Ji's direction. Ji leaped up and waved the Kuan-Peng giant sword again, stirring up countless grains of sand. The sand entered their earth energy. It seemed to have a strong swallowing ability. It swallowed all the Xian energy in their bodies. Following that, the sand swallowed all the Xian energy in their bodies. When they saw this scene, they gathered their Xian qi in their hands. However, Ji's legs flew out and the people around him were sent flying. They fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The few of them looked at the young man. The young man took out his treasured weapon. At this moment, the sound of drums rang out in the street. Dong, dong, dong. 3 drumming sounds were heard. They jumped down from the wall and looked in Ji's direction. After roaring kill, they flew forward and charged towards Ji. Ji didn't even look at those low-level people. She waved her treasured weapon. With a flash of silver light, a few heads were chopped off. He jumped out, picked up the treasure tool in front of him, and directly charged forward. After the long spear fell down, Yi Qingyu was stunned. He quickly turned around. After turning around, he waved his sword and swung it down. His treasured weapon and the treasured weapon in the young man's hand intertwined. The surrounding walls collapsed one after another. The remaining people ran out from both sides and looked at him. He said indifferently, Let's retreat. After roaring this sentence, they stood up. Ji Yu said indifferently, since you're here, don't think about leaving. Ji Yu leaped up. The treasured weapon in her hand seemed to emit a ray of light. The ray of light streaked across the night sky and arrived in front of the young man. The young man didn't expect Ji Yu to be able to deliver such a fatal blow from such a distance. With a loud bang, they fell into a pool of blood. They all fell into a pool of blood and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Ji Yu walked up to the young man and smiled faintly. Seeing his smile, the young man coldly snorted and closed his eyes. Ji Yu said indifferently, "You're still useful to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yu struck him on the head, causing him to let out a shrill cry before his body went limp, and he fainted. To a profounder, the most humiliating thing wasn't dying at the hands of an enemy, it was being captured like this. Even if Ji Yu didn't do anything to him and just released him, he wouldn't have any interest in living in the future. Ji Yu rode on the back of the horse and slowly walked back to the mansion. The eldest maid ran out with the servants. To these people, Ji Yu's safety was the most important thing in this world. The life and death of the rest were not important to them. Looking at the person who had secretly harmed their young master, they didn't have a good expression on their faces. Ji Yu waved her hand and the servants brought him directly to the dungeon. Ji Yu tapped the acupoints on his body. At the same time, a stream of Xian energy was injected into the young man's dantian. The Xian energy was attacking the acupoints on his body. At this moment, the Xian energy in his dantian broke through his own. With a loud bang, the Xian energy in his dantian broke through. The power of the dantian shattered, causing their bodies to go soft and collapse to the ground. At this moment, he woke up and naturally felt that there was no Xian energy in his body. He opened his eyes and looked bitterly in the direction of Ji Yu. Ji Yu said indifferently, "What do you think?" After hearing Ji Yu's words, he looked at Ji Yu and asked Ji Yu in confusion, "Why did you destroy my Xian energy?" Ji Yu smiled faintly and said to him, "I don't know either. I just feel that you shouldn't live." "Then just kill me," Yi Zichen said. Ji Yu then said, "Why did you come to kill me? Ha ha ha, do you still need me to tell you what you did to us?" Countless experts from the Star Soul Palace died, not to mention the internal injuries of a 6-star supremacy. He might not be able to recover his strength in the future. He clenched his teeth and snorted coldly. Only then did Ji Yu stand up and pick up the Kuan Peng sword in front of him. He swung the Kuan Peng sword down heavily at this moment. Right at this moment, that enormous sword chopped down. Blood splattered onto the ground. He looked at Ji Yu, who was standing in front of him. He stomped on the ground and jumped up into the air. He took out a few throwing knives from his bosom and stared at the arms on their bodies. A stream of blood flowed out of his mouth. "Kill me." Ji Yu shook his head and smiled faintly. "Ha ha ha, you can't die yet. I'm waiting for someone." "Who?" After hearing this, Ji Yu then walked out and said faintly, "Who are you?" They looked at each other and then stood up. They looked at each other and slowly walked out. There was a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Only then did Ji Yu make a move and land a tap on his body. It was at this moment that his body was suddenly unable to move. Ji Yu opened her mouth and said, "I never thought that you, who don't have any profound energy, would have such resistance. From today onwards, don't even think about eating your fill." He shook his head and walked out of the door. Looking at Ji Yu in front of him, the young man let out an angry roar. However, this had nothing to do with Ji Yu. Chapter 7:12. Two 5-star venerables from Star Soul Hall stood in front of Ji Yu's door. At this moment, Ji Yu stood up and walked out of her residence. She looked at the people in front of her and said, "Hello, gentlemen." They looked at Ji Yu's cold and scholarly appearance. There was no trace of the legendary arrogance. They looked at each other and said indifferently, "Greetings, instructor. We plan to invite our young master back." After saying this, they looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Ji Yu stood up and disappeared in a flash. He said indifferently, "Young master, please teach our young master back." "Young master? I don't know her." Ji Yu's words angered them. Ji Yu actually denied their words. They looked at each other and slowly stood up. At this moment, they looked at Ji Yu. At that moment, Ji Yu said faintly, "Everyone, please return." After Ji Yu said this, one of the 5-star soul elders saw that Ji Yu was so arrogant. He walked up and slapped Ji Yu's shoulder. At this moment, Ji Yu shook off his hand. At this moment, she slapped out and hit the other party. At this moment, they were sent flying. When they hit the wall, they spat out a mouthful of blood. The 5-star soul elder looked in Ji Yu's direction and snorted. He said to Ji Yu in front of him, "Brat, you are too arrogant." Their eyes were filled with anger. It was as if there was a fire in their hearts. Only then did the remaining few people come forward. They flew out from the treasured weapons in their arms and charged in Ji Yu's direction. Ji Yu turned around and waved her treasures. The remaining 5-star venerables quickly rushed over. Their eyes were filled with fear. They looked at the person in front of them and said indifferently, "Brat, don't be so arrogant." He slowly walked forward. His fists were filled with fists of anger. At this moment, he jumped out and waved his fists. At this moment, he waved his fists. Ji Yu waved her fists. The two fists collided. At this moment, a loud boom was heard. 2 5-star soul elders fell to the ground. Only then did the remaining few slowly walk forward. They looked at Ji Yu. They looked in Ji Yu's direction. At this moment, they suddenly flew up. A few figures appeared in front of Ji Yu. "We believe that you are so strong. From today onwards, we will not go against you. Is our young master really not in your hands?" Seeing how nervous he was, Ji Yu nodded heavily. They then retreated. They stood up and retreated. There was a trace of disdain in their eyes. They never expected that they would have such a look. Ji Yu turned around and said, "You have tried to assassinate me several times. This matter will not be forgotten. I will go to the main hall and ask His Majesty how to deal with this." After hearing this, Ji Yu turned around. He walked in the direction of the main door and walked in. At this moment, the person in the Star Soul Hall kept thinking in his heart. He thought to himself that he actually had such a thought. Ji Yu smiled faintly. "Let's go." A few 5-star supremacies laughed out loud. "This brat probably doesn't think that His Majesty will punish us for this matter. Ha ha ha." They left amidst the laughter. The next day, Ji Yu returned to the military camp. The assassination incident shocked the entire imperial court. The emperor was usually afraid of the Star Soul Hall's strength. However, when the Star Soul Hall tried to assassinate his own people without any hesitation, this thought changed. Furthermore, if the Star Soul Hall could not help him fight against the evolving temple, he would have killed them all. The great general kept crying and complaining in front of the emperor. The emperor sighed. "Give him more rewards. Let him come in. I want to see him." After saying this, Ji Yu slowly walked into the main hall. He cupped his fist and greeted the emperor. Ji Yu then said slowly, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Who is the person behind you?" Ji Yu smiled. "I heard that this is the young master of the Star Soul Hall. Quick, let him go." At this moment, he shouted anxiously. Ji Yu then waved his hand and let him go. To a person who was not a threat, Ji Yu would not pay much attention to him. "Your Majesty, the Star Soul Hall is a huge threat. It has reached the point where we have to take them seriously." Everyone in the main hall understood this point. However, no one dared to say anything because no one could offend someone who could enter your home anytime and kill your family members. They looked at each other and did not know what to say. Ji Yu then said, "We can retreat. However, this time, I am the one who was assassinated. I am strong and powerful. Naturally, I am not afraid. Furthermore, I do not have a family. What about everyone?" After hearing this, everyone fell silent. However, among the two great profound sects, the North Profound sect was wholeheartedly wandering outside. It was already impressive that they could give them a few places every year. "Then tell me, how should I fight against the Star Soul Hall? Don't talk about training. I am afraid that before the training is over, we will already be dead." Ji Yu smiled faintly. "As long as you give me a month, I can give your majesty the strongest army. Are you serious? Of course. I am willing to promise with my head. Good. The emperor immediately gave Jiyu the position of Great Round Trainer. She could directly order all the great generals. They did not expect that Jiyu, who was still a junior yesterday, would actually ride on their heads. They looked at each other and could not help but laugh out loud. Jiyu then gave the order. She called everyone out. At this moment, they slowly walked forward. Their gazes were fixed on Jiyu. Jiyu then raised her hand. At this moment, a few people walked out and cupped their hands. They said to Jiyu in front of them, "What do you plan to do?" After hearing Jiyu's words, Jiyu turned around and said faintly, "Training and taking pills." Huang Xiaofeng's pills were sold throughout the entire Star Soul Empire. However, Jiyu forbade the people from the Star Soul Hall to buy them. If they wanted to buy them, they had to immediately give up their identity and join the army. The young master had left, but the old master who was in seclusion might be able to turn the situation around. Many people had thoughts of snatching the pills, but Jiyu's treasured weapons caused them to embark on a path of no return. After seeing this scene, they left in disdain. Only then did Jiyu slowly walk out. After seeing this scene, he felt relieved. He clapped his hands. After clapping his hands, the two of them walked out. They lifted the people in front of them and walked out. Jiyu said faintly, "Let all the pills enter the mouths of the soldiers." After shouting this, Huang Xiaofeng looked at Jiyu. Only then did Jiyu say, "From today onwards, you will naturally be able to have medicinal pills on you." After saying this, the two of them looked at each other and slowly stood up. Jiyu then waved her hand. Jiyu was willing to buy his pills at a high price. This made Huang Xiaofeng very happy. This also proved that Jiyu had no intention of keeping the pills for herself. At this moment, he picked up the flag in front of him and slowly walked out in another direction. He then opened his eyes wide. At this moment, a few people landed around him and said faintly, "We're done investigating." After hearing this, Jiyu turned around and said, "We're ready. We can attack at any time." After hearing Jiyu's words, everyone cheered and rushed out. With Jiyu's words, everyone was excited. After all, to be able to kill a so-called expert was extremely good news to them. Jiyu then slowly walked forward. At this moment, an intense white light fell in front of them and landed heavily on the ground. They immediately jumped up and looked in the direction of Jiyu. Their faces were filled with surprise. Then, they slowly said, "What's wrong with him?" Jiyu then said, "This is a spy from Star Soul Palace." After hearing Jiyu's words, the two soldiers then retreated. Looking at Jiyu in front of them, their hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. Jiyu then slowly said, "Pass down my orders. Take down all the Star Soul Palaces." There were many Star Soul Palaces in the Star Soul Empire. This was a huge force. However, the various palace masters didn't know that their main palaces were being attacked violently now. A strong Xian energy, with incomparable anger, came from the depths of the Star Soul Palace. A white figure floated in the air. When they saw him, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 7:13. Everyone sucked in a deep breath of cold air. This strength was too terrifying. Who would have thought that this guy had actually cultivated such a strong Xian energy? They looked at each other and stood up. Then, they slowly said to Jiyu in front of them, "This guy's Xian energy is very strong. Of course, this is the strongest hall master of the Star Soul Palace." They then lowered their gazes. He then slowly took a step forward. When he saw Jiyu, they looked at each other. Jiyu then slowly took a step forward. He said to the person in the air, "Hall Master of the Star Soul Palace, why aren't you surrendering?" The old man laughed out loud, "Haha, you brat, you're really arrogant. You actually dare to speak like this. Who sent you here? You actually have an army. Could it be that the royal family has attacked us?" Jiyu nodded in agreement. "That's right. Ha ha ha. You're not a match for me." However, when he saw the ground full of corpses, he couldn't move his Xian heart at all. He looked at the other party's body. Only then did Jiyu slowly open his mouth and say, "Kill." It was only then that the sound of countless crossbows rang out. At Jiyu's level, although his strength was very strong, he wouldn't use anything else if he could use treasured weapons to achieve his goal. At this moment, countless arrows were stuck in the ground. There was a huge explosion in the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless arrows flew out at this moment. When he saw this scene, he was stunned. Those arrows were stuck in the wall. Countless corpses were stuck in the other party's body. They were nailed to the wall. Jiyu looked at each other. Then, he waved his hand. At this moment, countless horses galloped out. They took out treasured weapons and waved them forward. At this time, the mystic rays flew forward and exploded on the ground. After all, there was only one person. However, this place was different from the other 4 regions. They all had this powerful strength. At this moment, Xian skills were being displayed at the same time. Countless sounds of explosions resounded in this land. Countless sounds came from the cracks on the ground. At this moment, the old man waved his hand, causing the sounds of explosions to ring out continuously. The surrounding flames danced in the air. It was at this moment that the flames exploded. Then, he stood up and said indifferently, "Kill." After roaring out the word kill, the people around him slowly walked forward. Their treasured weapons were aimed at that person. He raised his hand and flew forward, brandishing the treasured weapon in his hand. Then, alone, he attacked the people around him. He waved his hand and clapped. As the clapping fell, it heavily slapped the iron wall, causing molten iron to spurt out from the iron wall. At this moment, the molten iron slowly flowed down. Only then did he turn around. He picked up the treasured weapon in front of him and charged towards Jiyu. After a few ups and downs, Jiyu brandished her hand. At this moment, the treasured weapon was brandished. At this moment, the power of the life treasure came crashing down. The life treasure chopped down on the old man's arm. The life treasure lifted its hand and collided with the life treasure. When the treasured weapons collided, a loud sound was heard. It was only then that the two of them separated. Jiyu had never expected that they would possess such powerful Xian energy. Only then did Jiyu take a step back and turn around. Only then did he raise the treasure in his hand. At this moment, she brandished the treasured weapon forward. When the treasured weapon saw this, it turned around and raised its hand, clashing heavily with the treasured weapon. Then, he turned around and left. Jiyu turned around and gathered a powerful Xian energy in her hand. After the Xian energy erupted, she turned around. Then, she brandished the treasured weapon in her hand. After the treasured weapons of the old man and the young collided, he flew out. At this moment, he looked at Jiyu in front of him. Jiyu slowly stepped forward and picked up the treasured weapon beside her. She waved her hand heavily and the treasured weapon flew out. Suddenly, a ray of light lit up. When the light came, he turned around and clashed with the treasured weapon. When he saw the treasured weapon, he turned around and left. He said indifferently, "You're going to die here today." After saying this, they looked at each other. In their eyes, there was a trace of killing intent. Then, they said slowly, "Kill." After roaring out these words, the two people beside him flew forward. The two people closed in on the old man. After seeing this, Jiyu turned around. The Kuan Peng giant sword in her hand suddenly lit up. That huge Kuan Peng shot out in an instant. That Kuan Peng passed through his body. He screamed in pain and then heaved a sigh of relief. The power of Qi flew out and a light soul flew into Jiyu's hand. Jiyu waved her hand forward. If that old man wanted to compete with Jiyu based on Xian energy, Jiyu might have some fear. But now, they were competing with Jiyu in terms of spiritual power. Wasn't this courting death? The old man's soul was kept in Jiyu's storage ring. As long as his consciousness was erased in the future, he would be the best puppet. The people in the Star Soul Hall's main hall, other than a few cowards, were all dead. They didn't even have the chance to surrender and wail. After Jiyu waved her hand, the people beside her walked forward and arrested the remaining people. Jiyu looked at the people from Star Soul Hall in front of her. These people were usually high and mighty. They didn't expect that they would end up like this today. They looked at each other and revealed a trace of helplessness. Ji walked in and waved her hand. Two people walked out beside her. She pressed the treasured weapon on the necks of the people in front of her. They looked at each other and said to Ji, "Please, let us go." Their faces revealed a trace of pity, as though they were begging Ji to let them go. Ji obviously didn't have such good intentions. She just waved her hand and two people walked forward. She said to the people in front of her, "If you want to live, it's easy." Ji looked at the soldiers beside her. They walked forward and punched their dantian. Their dantian suddenly exploded. They didn't have any power left to escape. After seeing this, Ji took a step forward and said indifferently, "What do you plan to do in the future?" After hearing Ji's words, they raised their heads. "Of course we'll submit to the empire." Ji smiled faintly. "No, you're not submitting to the empire. You're submitting to me. What do you think?" Everyone liked power. Ji was an exception. However, she needed power to fight against the evolving temple. The evolving temple here had forgotten its original mission. They looked at each other and cupped their hands. "Greetings, Master." Ji said with satisfaction, "Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. From today onwards, you are the spokespersons of the main hall. I also found a symbol for you." After saying this, their young masters were pushed forward by Ji. At this moment, a wooden stick quickly hit their thighs. A crisp sound was heard. At this moment, they fell to the ground. Ji slowly raised her head and stared at Ji. Ji said slowly, "Look behind you." After clapping her hands, the rest of the people, who were slowly pushed behind by Ji, walked forward. After he walked forward, the rest of the people came to the Shen beasts. Only then did Ji slowly run forward and reach out his hand. At this moment, the people around him slowly walked forward. There was a fearful smile in their eyes. "Isn't this their young master?" This guy actually became the young master. At this moment, his eyes revealed a trace of a smile. The rest of the people heaved a sigh of relief and said indifferently, "Young master, why are you still here?" The young master smiled helplessly. He was afraid that if this continued, he would become a symbol in Ji's hands. Ji then said slowly, "From today onwards, you are the masters of Star Soul Palace. Of course, you have to follow my orders." The youth was called Huang Yu. He looked at Ji and said, "What makes you think that we will listen to you obediently?" There was a trace of disdain in their eyes. It was as if Ji's actions were idiotic. Ji mounted her horse and said, "Men, lock him up inside." A few people walked forward without any explanation. Ji went back to rest alone. In his plan, there was still the next step. He didn't have time to talk nonsense with these people. At this moment, he slowly walked out. Huang Yu was thrown into the room by a few people. They opened his mouth wide and stuffed the aphrodisiac powder into it. Chapter 7:14. After swallowing the powder, Huang Yu vomited, but nothing came out. Rows of beauties were stuffed into the room at this moment. After tasting the beauties and the table full of delicacies, Huang Yu knew that he would never be able to escape from Ji's control. Ji was so determined because she believed that as long as she restored the Ice Queen's true form, she would no longer care about this country and Huang Yu would rebel. No matter what, he was the master of Star Soul Hall. However, what he had to do was to choose 10 people from the army who respected him the most. They would kneel on the ground. If Ji had any medicine that could control people, they would eat it without hesitation. At this moment, they raised their heads and looked at Ji with burning eyes, as if waiting for Ji to give some orders. Ji then raised her head and said indifferently, "From today onwards, you are the masters of Star Soul Hall." But Star Soul Hall has many branch halls. The branch halls are appointed by the main hall, but after so many years, their power has been deeply rooted. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for us to take them down. From today onwards, those who have taken the elixir and can advance to the 3rd level of the human profound realm will be sent to various places. We have already investigated everyone in Star Soul Hall. It was all thanks to Ji-Yu's elixir plan that they were able to investigate the various powers of Star Soul Hall in such a short time. He said indifferently, "You just need to follow the plan for the rest. Remember, when you set off, you have to exterminate their families. They are only experts in the Star Soul Hall's branch hall. The rest of them are not worth mentioning. If it wasn't for their strength, it would be easy to kill them." After saying this, the two of them looked at each other and slowly stood up. They walked out slowly and fixed their burning gazes on Ji-Yu. Only then did Ji-Yu slowly walk out. At this moment, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. She came in front of the other party and said slowly, "Pass on my orders." After shouting this sentence, they walked out slowly. Ji-Yu then turned around and said slowly, "Pass on my orders." Only then did Huang Yu stand up. A trace of tears fell from his eyes as he looked at Ji-Yu. Only then did Ji-Yu slowly open his mouth and say, "Gather all the branch hall masters." They looked at each other. Huang Yu then sighed and sat on the table. His gaze was on Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu then said slowly, "From today onwards, your main hall will be more magnificent and beautiful." The next day, countless horses galloped out of the capital city in various directions. Ji-Yu led the remaining people and walked out slowly. He walked to the bottom of the city wall and walked down. He clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, great general." They looked at each other and said, "How can we be qualified now? You just killed the hall master." After saying this, they looked at each other. At this moment, they walked to the bottom of the carriage. A wave came from the carriage. At this moment, the war horse in front of them came forward and said calmly, "Enter the palace." At this moment, the palace door opened. The emperor walked out excitedly. Great, he could finally become the true master of the empire. Ji-Yu stood on top and clasped his hands to the emperor. He didn't kneel. The generals immediately understood that Ji-Yu didn't care about the imperial family. He said calmly, "Your Majesty, next, we need to control the forces in our hands. We also need to train all the troops and prepare to attack the Evolving Temple." Evolving Temple? Why would they attack us? Their spies will soon send the news of the Star Soul Hall back to their own halls. They also want to become the second Star Soul Hall. At this moment, the emperor clenched his fists and looked in Ji-Yu's direction. He gritted his teeth and said, "I won't be a puppet anymore." Ji-Yu clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, why do you say that? Your Majesty has never been a puppet." The emperor was very happy. After being suppressed by various forces, he was told that he was the most powerful person in the empire. How could he not be excited? How could he not be happy? They looked at each other, then slowly took a step forward and said to the person in front of them, "If that's the case, let's go forward." After saying this, they exchanged glances before Ji-Yu slowly took a step forward and returned to the main hall of Star Soul Hall. He ran forward and said to the people in front of him, "Has the gathering order been sent out?" Huang Yu clasped his hands and said, "It has been sent out." With a grunt of acknowledgement, Ji-Yu took out a medicinal pill and tossed it into the other party's hand. After witnessing this scene, they looked at each other, and only then did they realize what was going on. Only then did Ji-Yu slowly take a step forward and say, "Eat it." After eating it, Huang Yu felt that the energy in his body, which had been damaged by the explosion of his dantian, was no longer as unbearable. At this moment, they stood up and walked over to Ji-Yu. Then, they slowly said, "I never thought that we would actually be able to survive. This is simply a dream." After thinking about this, a smile appeared on his face. This was like a dream. The rest of the people laughed at the same time. Only then did Ji-Yu slowly take a step forward and disappear from where he was. A moment later, he appeared in front of the few people in front of him. Ji-Yu said slowly, "Ha ha ha." At this moment, all the hall masters of the Star Soul Hall received the news. They slowly flew out and sat in the middle of the hall. Countless experts quickly ran out at this moment. They continued to descend, and at this moment, the city gates opened. Chapter 7:15. Lin Xiao was the palace master of the Star Soul Palace's northern region. Suddenly, a servant walked in and cupped his hands towards him, Young master, we've encountered a huge problem. What problem? He suddenly stood up with a determined look in his eyes. During this period of time, he felt that the royal family was very abnormal. If something were to happen, humph humph. The dignity of a Shen cultivator was not a joke. He would definitely bring all his elders and directly attack the capital. As for the royal family, he could just randomly pick one of the ministers to be the leader. Anyway, the royal family's main purpose was to create food for the Shen cultivators and to excavate Shen stones. Their other purpose was to help the people give birth to children and replenish the mighty Shen cultivator army. Other than this, Lin Xiao couldn't see the need for the royal family to exist. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't be bothered with anything other than cultivation, the royal family would have perished long ago. Two Shen cultivators lowered their heads and said, "Palace Master, the main palace has sent an order saying that the main palace master has cultivated to the 8th level of the human Shen realm. Next, there is a secret regarding the next level to be announced to the various palace masters." What? Lin Xiao immediately stood up in surprise, a look of anticipation in his eyes. This was simply a matter of legends. Who didn't know that the central region was filled with geniuses? Spirit Shen cultivators were everywhere, and human Shen cultivators were everywhere. However, this wasn't what surprised him. There wasn't much explosive power in the human Shen realm. It was very difficult for him to smoothly enter the next realm. When he heard this sentence, he was stunned. The two of them looked at each other, then he slowly walked out. At this moment, he looked around. "Prepare the horses, prepare the horses." After shouting this, they rushed onto the streets and sat on the horses. They immediately waved their whips and galloped quickly. Countless people rushed into the capital city with the hope of discovering the secret of the treasure. Ji Yu was behind the Star Soul Palace's main palace. She closed her eyes and was listening to the scene inside. There were already many people in the hall. They were either modest or crude. They sat on the chairs and looked in Huang Yu's direction. They looked at each other and then directly looked at the table. At this moment, countless voices rang out. Everyone looked outside the door. At this moment, a man walked in with a laugh. He cupped his hands and said to everyone, "Everyone, I haven't seen you in a long time. Greetings." Everyone laughed at the same time and raised their hands towards him. After everyone gathered, they began to talk. Seeing that everyone was present, Huang Yu walked out. Everyone recognized him. He was the current young master. The old master might not have come out yet. Huang Yu said, "Everyone, the old ancestor still needs 3 more days before he can come out of seclusion. Please rest and recuperate in the capital city." So it was like that. They nodded. The old ancestor needed some time to digest what he had comprehended. This was normal. The 8th level of human realm could touch that realm. Everyone was very curious about the Earth Profound realm. As the saying goes, 1 step is 10 miles. This was the difference between the Earth Profound realm. They drank wine with each other. However, this time, no one used their own profound strength to resist the alcohol. They only wanted to seriously get drunk, that's all. However, the alcohol was simply too strong. Many people had already fainted on the ground. Many people jumped down from the sky. They looked coldly at the group of people on the ground. Ji Yu walked out from behind the main palace. A few of them were not affected by the medicine in the wine. They immediately knew that there was a problem with the wine. They immediately activated their Shen energy. The human profound realm could reduce the damage of the medicine to the lowest level. They looked at Huang Yu with burning eyes. Lin Xiao was the first to speak. "Young master, we have always been loyal to the main palace." "What do you mean? Where is the old ancestor? Please ask the old ancestor to come out and talk." Lin Xiao and the rest did not believe that the old ancestor would do such a thing to them. The only possibility was that his grandson had done something unforgivable to them. So they locked their eyes on Ji Yu. "Young Master Huang, don't stop this kid's nonsense. There is no one more loyal to you in this world than the main palace master." At this time, Huang Yu's body was trembling. His Shen energy was crippled. He forced himself to be bold and say the words in his heart. That is, This person is a member of the royal family. Take him down and kill him on the spot. But he did not know why. When he saw Jiyu, his body trembled and he could not say anything. The old ancestor's head was chopped off by him. This matter, to him, was too big of a blow. The people of the main hall were all killed one after another. Where could he go to reason? Jiyu looked at his trembling body and he could not help but smile. He turned around and slowly walked 2 steps forward. He patted the table and suddenly the wine cup on the table flew up. Jiyu clapped his hands and the surrounding men in black raised their hands. Among the palace masters, only Lin Xiao still had some fighting strength. The others were quickly killed by Jiyu's men. After all, there were still a few people above them. The corners of their mouths revealed a trace of a smile as they looked in the direction of Jiyu. It was obvious that they were not a match for Lin Xiao. Jiyu waved his hand. The people in front of him cupped their hands and then retreated. Jiyu slowly took a step forward. Suddenly, the air in the air seemed to have solidified. Jiyu's overall strength had increased to the 4th level of the human profound realm. It was equivalent to 5 kinds of natural forces erupting to the maximum strength. He took a step forward, which was accompanied by a loud boom. The sand on the ground suddenly flew up and flew towards Lin Xiao like a long snake. Profound skill, phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. A pair of flaming wings spread out from his back. It looked very good. However, before the power of this pair of wings could be fully displayed, his hands and feet were entangled by the earth dragon. He looked at Jiyu fiercely. Jiyu's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He waved his hand heavily. In an instant, countless wooden stakes appeared around him. The power of water suddenly lit up and gradually covered his body. Then, a flame appeared. The power of the flame instantly increased the power in the pool. The temperature quickly increased. Even Lin Xiao, who was at the 5th layer of the human profound realm, felt impatient. However, at this moment, countless bolts of lightning fell into the wooden barrel. The power of lightning quickly burst out, tormenting him to the point where he was hovering between life and death. He screamed miserably and reached out with both hands. However, how could the power of lightning fall so easily? His body was completely charred black. Soon, he couldn't move. Jiyu withdrew the dark force from her body. Only then did a few men in black come forward and chop off his head. Jiyu turned around and said indifferently, "Quickly get the control of the branch palace." After Jiyu finished speaking, the few people around her raised their heads and quickly disappeared from the spot. The other party shifted his gaze to Jiyu. He said indifferently, "Thank you, young master." Huang Yu didn't expect Jiyu to be so polite. He said with a trembling voice, You're welcome." Jiyu smiled faintly. Then, she turned around and walked out of the door. After seeing this scene, he sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that Jiyu's strength was too strong. He didn't believe that all of this was real at all. He said indifferently, "This is just like a dream. However, as long as Jiyu can guarantee that you will be like a pig in the future, maybe it's not bad. But I don't know if you'll allow me to have children. Sigh, I won't have this dream anymore." After saying that, he closed the door. Great changes were also taking place in the various halls. Countless black figures landed on the ground one after another. They raised their heads and locked their gazes on the building. One of them raised his hand and said solemnly, "Kill, not a single one of them will leave." Hearing such cold words, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The rest of the people stood up one after another. They held long swords in their hands and walked into the hall. A few servants who had just woken up opened their eyes wide and asked coldly, "Stop. Who are you? Do you know where this is?" Ignoring them, Jiyu's subordinates raised their hands heavily. The rest of the people flew down and raised the weapons in their hands. They directly chopped down on the ground. Blood flowed down continuously at this moment. The rest of the people flew out in all directions. They picked up the weapons in their hands and killed them. One after another, heads were taken out. The next morning, the people of the Star Soul Palace woke up and found that the heads of their branch palace masters and their family members were on the table. Jiyu's subordinate slowly said, From today onwards, you are part of the Imperial Yushuan army. Who wants to join the Imperial family? Who are you? A branch palace elder walked out fearlessly. The other party didn't even look at him. He directly raised the sword in his hand and waved it over. With a flash of cold light, a head rolled to the ground. Everyone saw this head. This was an elder of the 3rd level of the human profound realm. How could he be so weak? Chapter 7:16. The men sent out by Ji had eaten Ji's elixirs and were elites from various families. Most importantly, Huang Xiaofang's treasured weapons were extremely handy. At this moment, they felt that they could even fight against those from the main hall, not to mention these insignificant people. When the remaining people saw this scene, they sucked in a cold breath and knelt on the ground. We are willing to join the Imperial Xian army. They stood up, turned around, and walked out of the door. Ji sat on the chair and looked at the letters in his hand. Then, he slowly stood up. He said slowly, "Let's have a good time today. Pass down my order. Kill our way out." They were all soldiers and didn't know what Ji meant. So, they looked at Ji and asked, "Hallmaster Ji, what do you mean by that?" The general was the first to ask. Ji said calmly, "It's time to unify the power. The imperial family isn't qualified, so let's do it." After hearing this, they looked at each other. Only then did Ji slowly walk forward. In an instant, he flew up and said to the general, "I want to lead the army to Wang City." "No, I'm the first to disagree. If you want to destroy the imperial family, you'll have to kill me first." Ji's good impression of them was incredibly strong. Only then did Ji say, "No, I don't like friends, so I won't kill anyone from the royal family. However, I want the power in their hands. However, after I complete what I need, I'll return it to you." After saying this, they looked at each other. At this moment, they lowered their heads and looked at Ji. Ji slowly stepped forward and said, "Actually, I've done what I want. The imperial family isn't a good thing to me." The general said, "I admit that I'm not your match. But what should we do?" "Nothing. Hand over the management of the army to me. I'll give you a perfect army and a powerful empire." After saying "Ahu," the two of them looked at each other. Only then did Ji reach out and wave her hand. At this moment, the person who had been watching them from the wall finally landed. Ji laughed and said, "General Huang, you've done a good job." Those people looked solemnly at Ji. Their eyes were filled with incomparable determination. Only then did Ji turn around. At this moment, they picked up the treasures beside them and left Ji's mansion. Ji wore a long robe and summoned her vermilion bird fire armor for the first time. Riding a white tiger, it ran towards the direction of the gate. After a while, it arrived in front of the gate. Only then did the Xian beast stop in its tracks. Only then did they land on the ground. They looked in Ji's direction and slowly said, "Kill." After roaring out this sentence, everyone slowly flew forward and took out their treasures. Only then did they look in the direction of the palace. After a battle cry, the people around him rushed forward with various treasures in their hands. They ran to the stairs and brandished their treasures. Only then did they raise their hands and cut down the treasures. When the soldiers in the palace saw this, they rushed down and were seen by the treasures. When they saw the treasures, they retreated and blocked Ji. They looked at each other. They didn't expect that Ji, who was loyal to the imperial family yesterday, would lead an army to force the palace. One of the eunuchs quickly walked out and said, "Wait, wait." Ji raised her hand. The people around her slowly stopped. They looked at each other and one of them said, "Ji, what are you going to do?" "Clean up the traitors." After Ji shouted this sentence, they looked at each other. It wasn't impossible to clean up the traitors at this time. But how come they didn't know there were traitors in the palace? They immediately tensed up and covered themselves in armor, running forward one after another. They led the army and quickly ran to the front of the crowd. They looked forward and waved their treasures in front of them. Along with the sound, everyone quickly ran out. After seeing this scene, Ji turned around. "These soldiers are traitors. Kill them." After Ji shouted this sentence, the people around her flew out one after another. They raised the treasures in their hands and stabbed the people around them. Countless armored soldiers only had the pitiful strength of the first tier of the human profound realm. Those weapons pierced through their bodies. Ji took a deep breath. Only then did they turn their heads around. Those treasures were sent flying, and the rest of the people were all sent flying. Countless people slowly fell into a pool of blood at this moment. Blood flowed down quickly at this moment. Only then did they slowly take a deep breath. Ji rode on a mystical beast and quickly flew forward. Those mystical beasts broke through the palace gate at this time. It could be said that everyone around the palace was being held hostage by the palace. At this time, the rest of the people ran out. They took out treasures in their hands and surrounded those treasures. At this time, Ji glanced over. Ji slowly walked out. The people in front of her knelt on the ground and looked at Ji. Ji turned around and shouted. All the soldiers occupied the city wall. At this time, countless corpses fell down. When they saw this scene, they looked at each other before Ji slowly said, "You are not allowed to kill anyone from the Wang family." After Ji shouted this, the people around her walked down and raised their spears. After seeing this scene, they slowly walked forward. The king of the central region frowned and walked out with the people around him. "My dear minister, why are you doing this? Your Majesty, please hand over the imperial guards, the imperial jade seal, the military seals of the 13 black troops and the national seal." After hearing this, the king of the central region's eyes turned cold. "Do you all think that I am a good-for-nothing because I have always given in to Star Soul Hall? How dare you? I am the emperor of a country. I have inherited the dark force of the dragon vein." After saying this, the dark force on his body stepped on the ground. At this time, the dark force turned into a mystical dragon and covered Ji's body. It wasn't just the power of one real dragon. The power of 4 real dragons quickly gathered at this time. The 4 huge dragons roared at the same time. What? The king of the central region couldn't believe his eyes. Ji actually had the power of 4 real dragons. Did he unify the 4 regions? This was impossible. No one could do such a great thing. Even he couldn't. The power of the real dragons in his body was left behind when the central region was united. "Your Majesty, I don't want to fight with you for the power of the real dragons behind you. As long as you hand it over, we will definitely leave." After roaring out these words, they turned their heads around and mounted their Xian beasts. At this moment, they took one step after another towards the back. The armored soldiers had already given in. The people below them exchanged glances. Ji slowly took a step forward. After he stepped on the ground, the surrounding power quickly gathered at this time. He flew forward 1 step. At this time, he quickly disappeared from where he was. He punched out. The fist quickly gathered in his hand and flew forward heavily. At this time, the dark force of the flying dragon gathered quickly. When the fist landed, he directly raised his palm and withdrew it. The profound energy barrier appeared, and at this moment, the profound energy dragon collided with the dragon. The 2 profound energies collided, and the 2 profound energies collided. Ji flew forward and landed behind that person. Ji waved his palm and the 2 palms collided at this time. With a loud boom, they flew forward. They all had treasured weapons in their hands, and at that moment, they placed them in front of Ji. Monarch true Qi wasn't something that couldn't be dispelled. But to Ji, who had 4 layers of dragon Qi, it was easy for him to understand. He swung out a heavy punch, and the 2 profound energies collided with each other at a high speed. As the dark force dissipated, Ji flew down. 2 earth dragons wrapped around him. Ji said indifferently, "Your Majesty, please hand over the item." The king of the central region smiled bitterly. He had never expected that he would have such a day. He spat out a mouthful of blood and closed his eyes in despair. "Do it." Ji waved her hand, and the rest of the people rushed into the room and began searching the various palaces. Countless girls were still wearing thin clothes, and it didn't take long for them to find the item. Ji said indifferently, "You are still the king of the central region. Pass down my order. The armored soldiers officially take over the Imperial Army. As soon as he finished his sentence, everyone arrived at the periphery. Chapter 7:17. Jiyu's toughness was beyond everyone's expectations. They all looked at her warily. The power of the mystical dragon on the king of Central Region's body was broken. Jiyu looked at him coldly. He said calmly, "Kill them." After Jiyu's roar, the rest of the people ran forward, raised the long swords in their hands and directly chopped off the head of the person in front of them. The head rolled to the ground at this moment. After Jiyu saw this, she killed the soldiers beside the king of Central Region's king. Everyone was shocked by this scene. They all sucked in a cold breath. With a prized artifact in hand, he slowly walked forward. The king of Central Region closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He said to Jiyu, "All right, I promise you." After receiving the promise, Jiyu waved her hand and placed a pile of elixirs on the table. Jiyu said calmly, "Your Majesty, please take this elixir. All the eunuchs in the palace should take this elixir." After Jiyu said this, the king of Central Region laughed out loud. He walked forward and took the elixir from Jiyu's hand. He swallowed it in one gulp. He felt his body tremble and his dark force was taken away. Jiyu slapped his palm heavily, and the two forces collided. In an instant, the soul force scattered in all directions. Jiyu slapped his palm heavily, and the two forces collided. In an instant, the soul force scattered in all directions. At this moment, Jiyu slowly took 2 steps forward and slapped his palm on his head. The rest of the people took a deep breath. At this moment, the rest of the people put on their clothes and slowly took a step forward. At this moment, a few fragments appeared in the air. A trace of the souls of the people around them appeared. They were all controlled by the spiritual force. No one had expected that Jiyu's elixir would have such a great effect. That surge of Xian energy drained everyone's Xian energy. The king of the Central Region slumped to the ground. No matter what, even if the power returned to him in the future, the dark force of those officials and generals was so strong. In the future, the entire imperial family, would only be a puppet. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. He didn't expect that the foundation handed to him by the ancestor would be abandoned by him like this. He sighed and turned around, facing the other direction and sitting on a chair. Jiyu sat on the chair and looked out coldly. There was a map in front of them. Unlike the other 4 regions, they didn't place the evolving temple anywhere else. At this moment, they looked at each other. Reporting to the great general, "Take a look at the evolving divine temple. The main hall has settled down on the Heavenly King Mountain, and this Heavenly King Mountain is unexpectedly beyond our expectations. It is after the 3 great empires, heading north and leaving that place." The two of them looked at each other. Jiyu looked at the map in front of her. If they wanted to take over the mountain in front of them, they had to take over the Empire of the Rising Sun and the Empire of Feishing. Jiyu's Star Soul Empire didn't have a good relationship with the Star Soul Hall. Hence, they weren't strong enough. He turned around and took a deep breath. They flew forward and turned around. Jiyu said calmly, "If we want to conquer these 2 empires, we have to start with a small empire." The 2 great generals in front of him looked at each other. One of the generals walked forward at this moment. They cupped their hands and said to Jiyu, "Young master, we don't know what you have in mind. Where should we start?" He had a doubtful look on his face. He seemed to be waiting for Jiyu's answer. Jiyu looked at the map in front of her and said calmly, "Pass down my order. Gather everyone." After Jiyu shouted this, countless generals gathered and walked into Jiyu's room. Jiyu sat on the chair and asked calmly, "Let me ask you, which country do you plan to use as our first stop?" General Huang took a deep breath and said, "Young master, we should use the Star Luo Empire first. That way, we can open a path." The 2 generals around him nodded in agreement. Jiyu said calmly, "Then let's use the Star Luo Empire as our first target." After saying that, Jiyu gathered an army of 100,000 cultivators and walked out of the door. Jiyu sat on a Xian beast and rode it out of the room. In the military camp, A total of 100,000 men stood there. They were not ordinary people, they all had Shen energy on their bodies. As long as that Shen energy was poured into their bodies, that Shen energy would become their strongest resistance. He slowly opened his eyes, and a burst of Shen qi appeared in his hands. At this moment, the Shen qi gathered in his palms, and in a flash, he disappeared from the spot. A moment later, he stepped on the wall, and after a few steps, the surrounding army sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that Ji is so powerful? They looked at each other. Although many of the generals agreed, they weren't convinced. Who was this Ji? She actually dared to say that she wanted to rule over them. At this moment, one of the generals slowly walked out. His body quickly gathered a powerful Shen qi. At this moment, that Shen qi gathered at the position of his dantian. Ji took a step back and said calmly, "Is there anyone else who isn't convinced?" After hearing this, a few generals walked out. Although the general had introduced Ji to everyone who was qualified to be a commander, these subordinates didn't know who Ji was. A general called Tai Nyo walked forward. "I'm the first to disagree." He snorted coldly. Apart from a very small number of people who knew about this, the rest didn't know what was going on in the palace. They looked at each other. They all cheered for Tai Nyo. Ji smiled faintly and said, "Deputy General, step forward." "Is the general going to challenge me with a deputy general? Isn't this a stupid action? Does his strength represent your strength?" After shouting this, Ji also felt that what he said was reasonable. So she took a step forward and covered her body with the Shen qi of the 5th layer of the human profound realm. Her Shen qi was formed and flames were burning. Wearing silver armor, they looked at each other. Tai Nyo quickly flew forward, picked up the long spear in his hand and swung it towards Ji. Ji jumped up and grabbed the spear with one hand. She casually swung the spear and seized it. At the same time, she turned around and stabbed the spear. Tai Nyo was also an expert of the 3rd layer of the human profound realm. The Shen qi on his body was the legendary defensive Shen qi. The spear collided with the Shen qi of that guy. After the collision, the spear burst out with a mysterious light, releasing a huge amount of light in an instant. Ji took a step back and said to the person in front of her, "Do you admit defeat now?" After hearing Ji's words, he said faintly, "I, Tai Nyo, admit defeat." "Greetings, General." The rest of the teams also cupped their hands and agreed to this matter. They looked at each other and walked to the side. Tai Nyo cupped his hands and said to Ji in front of him, "But with your current strength, you'll lose face if you go out. So I'll choose 5,000 people from among you to form an elite team." After hearing this, the rest of the people stepped forward and took out their treasures. They placed them in front of Li Chi'er with a spirited expression on their faces. Ji looked at them and said faintly, "Those who are below the 4th layer of the human profound realm, take a step back." After Ji shouted this sentence, only 500 people in the army reached the 4th layer of the human profound realm. Ji felt it was a pity. "Those who are below the 3rd layer of the human profound realm, take a step back." Another shout was heard, and the rest of the people also retreated at the same time. However, this time, there were at least 2,000 people. After selecting 3,000 people who were around the 2nd layer of the human profound realm, Ji distributed pills to them and said, "The rules for following me are very simple. If you work hard, I'll give you precious weapons, pills, and gold coins." After shouting this sentence, they looked at each other and cupped their hands and said, "Long live, long live." It was rare to see a general who said he wasn't greedy for money in the entire Starsoul Empire. Ji wanted to stabilize his rear, so naturally, he couldn't let them follow him into battle, no matter if they were originally supposed to stay here. Or could it be that the royal family and the other generals all had ulterior motives? The army that Ji used to control them had to stay here. Thinking of this, they slowly walked out. Then, Ji taught them some simple mental cultivation methods and mystic skills. After the sound of the bugle horn was heard, Ji led the people outside. He turned his head and said faintly, "Follow me." Chapter 7:18. Ji took a step forward, and the rest of the people followed suit. At the same time, Ji took a step forward and waved the treasures in front of them. The treasures were handed over to the soldiers on both sides of the road, and there was a dejected look in their eyes. After all, they were going to the Star Luo Empire's mysterious Jade Pass this time. Ning Yuan was in charge of the profound Jade Pass. He was one of the Star Luo Empire's 15 fierce generals, even though he was ranked at the bottom. No one knew what would happen along the way. Ji slowly took a step forward at this moment. The soldiers beside her also slowly walked forward at this moment. Many people began to discuss spiritedly on top of the wall. How could such a small team take down the profound Jade Pass? Was this a joke? A faint smile appeared on everyone's face. It was as if it wasn't inappropriate to watch this group of people throw their lives away. They just pulled out their snacks and started to eat. Ji sat in the carriage. At the same time, countless horses began to gallop in another direction. Ji rode a large white tiger shen beast and took the lead in front of the group. Rather than saying that Ji was leading the troops on an expedition, it was more accurate to say that she was playing with water. Every time she arrived at a place, she would stop the troops. The royal family didn't give her much food. Ji would stop at a place and send some soldiers to Da Cheng next to her. She would also sell all the extra pills she had. When she got back all the gold coins, Ji would distribute them to the soldiers. Every soldier looked at the gold coins in their hands. A smile appeared in their eyes. At this moment, the few people beside her were looking at the carriages, and their eyes lit up. Ji took 2 steps forward and raised her hand. At this time, Ji waved her hand and said to the people in front of her, "Distribute the gold coins to everyone. Whoever dares to touch it will die." After hearing Ji's words, everyone looked at each other. No one dared to take it. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the mysterious Jade Keep. The general of the mysterious Jade Keep, Ning Yuan, walked out and took out a treasure. They looked down and said, "Ha ha ha ha, you must be the general of the Star Soul Empire. Why are you here?" Ji took a step forward and calmly said, "Of course it's to take the Star Luo Empire under our Star Soul Empire. Ha ha ha, this is simply daydreaming." He waved his hand and countless crossbowmen came out. They stuck a talisman on their crossbows. This was a basic formation that could increase the power of the crossbows by 80 times. After he shouted this sentence, the remaining crossbowmen came forward and stepped on the ground. Ning Yuan said, "If you don't retreat now, you won't have the chance to walk out of our territory." The threat in his words was extremely strong. Ji smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, then so be it." After roaring this sentence, a lot of arrows flew out from the surrounding area. Ji swung the Kuan-Peng giant sword heavily. At this time, the Kuan-Peng giant sword on her body condensed on the giant sword. In an instant, the Kuan-Peng giant sword exploded and blocked all the crossbow arrows in front of her. The crossbow arrows stabbed into the ground beside her. Ji took a step forward and waved her hand, "Go." After roaring out these words, those experts of the first layer of the human profound realm rushed forward one after another. They were holding the latest treasures that Ji had given them, which directly increased their strength to the second layer of the human profound realm. Fire profound skill, release. Ding, the host has commanded 100,000 troops and gained 1 by 999 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining the commander skill, fragrance of 1,000 miles. This move allowed all the skills to be gathered at one point, shattering the city wall in front of him. After roaring out these words, those Shen energy burst forward one after another. They bombarded the city wall and in an instant, the power of the city wall gradually collapsed. Countless soldiers were attached to the city wall like ants. The sea of blood collapsed and countless people fell down from the city wall. At this time, the people behind them would replace them. As they came and went, the stench of blood rushed forward like a tsunami. They collapsed in the pool of blood and slowly walked forward. After seeing Ji, they turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. These hundreds of people were the Killing God Army under Ning Yuan. As long as the Killing God Army was dispatched, Ji would definitely die. They jumped on the city wall and rushed in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu picked up the Kuan-Peng giant sword. In an instant, the Kuan-Peng giant sword in her hand shone brightly. At this time, the Xian-Qi filled the treasure in Jiyu's hand. At this time, Jiyu waved her sword and countless fireballs flew out. Those fireballs fell down like meteors. They took a step forward and raised their hands to gather the Xian-Qi in their hands. They hit Jiyu's fireballs on his body one after another. At this time, he slowly took a step forward and raised his hand to block all the fireballs outside his protective energy. But unexpectedly, Jiyu held the Kuan-Peng giant sword and spun it quickly. He picked up the giant sword in his hand. Perhaps he had sensed the power in Jiyu's hand. The Killing God army gathered together, raised their hands, and put their Xian-Qi together to form a huge defensive shield. At this time, the Kuan-Peng giant sword collided with each other. At this time, the white light shone brightly and the two forces collided. They were sent flying. Jiyu waved his hand, and the rest of the people took out their own precious weapons and stabbed them into the bodies of the dead cultivators. He said lightly, "I didn't expect you to have such strong strength." They looked at each other. At the same time, the Killing God army didn't have time to gather again because they didn't have the protection of protective energy. It seemed that they had reached their limit. They retreated one after another and looked in the direction of their general, hoping that he could give the order to retreat at this time. Only in this way could they escape from the jaws of death. After witnessing this scene, Jiyu slowly opened his mouth and said, "Pass down my order. Kill." After shouting this sentence, the rest of the people also took out their treasured weapons and ran forward. Jiyu's figure flashed, disappeared, and appeared in front of them. She took out her treasured weapon and swung it heavily, eliminating the remaining forces of the Killing God army. Only then did Jiyu say calmly, "Surround the city walls." Everyone surrounded the city wall. Ningyuan took a deep breath. Why did such a thing happen? Why did such a problem happen? He couldn't believe that his Killing God army would become like this. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said indifferently, "Retreat. Quick, retreat for lousy." After roaring out this sentence, they looked at each other and slowly stood up. In an instant, they took the treasures in their hands and retreated one after another. Jiyu said lightly, "Pass my order, gold echelon, move forward." After Jiyu shouted this sentence, the gold echelon stepped forward. Ji Sang inserted his treasured weapons into the ground. Their treasured weapons were all big shields. The countless shields gathered together in an instant. The big shields quickly became bigger. Fire echelon, release. Another roar was heard, and countless balls of flames quickly gathered at this moment. Those flames gathered at this time, and countless fireballs flew into the sky. When they saw the fireballs in the sky, their eyes quickly condensed together. He took a deep breath of cold air. Jiyu's figure disappeared in an instant. After a while, she appeared on the city wall. As long as the temperature was high enough, the city wall in front of her could be melted down, especially after Jiyu entered the golden mysterious energy. The city wall seemed to be turned into tofu crumbs in an instant. Jiyu waved her hand and shouted this sentence. At this time, the rest of the people picked up their treasured weapons in front of them. After they shouted, they ran forward. They raised the spears high and inserted the treasured weapons into the city wall. At this time, the city wall shook and collapsed. Under the protection of his personal guards, Ningyuan quickly retreated to the back and shouted loudly, "Kill." After shouting this sentence, the huge army ran forward at this time. Jiyu waved her hand at the same time, and 10,000 soldiers rushed into the crowd like a bulldozer. They pushed those people to the ground. In the huge crowd, there was no need to use too many mystical skills. They could be trampled to death with their feet. At this time, they ran forward one after another. Jiyu shouted, "Kill." After shouting "kill," everyone rushed forward crazily as if they didn't care about their lives. Regardless of whether the mysterious energy hit them or not, they just stared with wide eyes. He could see it with a deep gaze. Chapter 719. When the soldiers under Jiyu's command heard Jiyu's words, they became even crazier. No one with good cultivation talent was willing to work for the Wang family. Their daily military expenses were not enough for them to buy any pills. However, the elixirs that Jiyu had given them yesterday had increased their dark force by quite a bit. At this moment, the dark force was rapidly gathering. The remaining few people exchanged glances with each other. It was at this moment that they slowly walked out and released the treasures. They fell in a pool of blood. Looking at the blood flowing from their soldiers, they slowly opened their eyes and looked at Jiyu. They stood up, shouted kill, and rushed in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu turned around and instantly disappeared from where he was standing. After waving her hand, the remaining people picked up the treasures in their hands. At this time, Jiyu picked up the Kuanpeng giant sword and ran forward at the same time. Dark beast possession. Ning Yuan roared. It turned out that it was another person who used the soul of a dark beast. A white tiger covered his body in an instant, and he swung out a claw. All the trees fell down. After he landed on the ground, he quickly ran out 2 steps. At the same time, he jumped up at this time and swung his claw heavily on Jiyu. Only then did Jiyu take a step forward. In an instant, she disappeared from the place. The Kuanpeng giant sword in her hand was swung out at this time. Raging flames broke out in an instant, and countless fireballs flew out at this time. Ning Yuan fell heavily on the ground. He was blown up by the power of this explosion. The tearing force at this time was quickly pulling up Jiyu's gang chi. Jiyu quickly turned around and swung out a fist. The fist collided with the gang chi, and the gang chi was broken at this time. Ning Yuan never expected that he was not Jiyu's opponent. In an instant, he took 2 steps back and fixed his eyes on Jiyu. The two of them separated. Ning Yuan stroked his wound. The power of this guy's sword just now had actually torn open the black iron-like skin on his shoulder. This was simply incredible. At this time, he looked in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu instantly raised the treasured weapon in her hand and quickly ran out. She held the Kuanpeng giant sword in her hand and swung it out heavily. At this time, a thunder dragon quickly flew out of the Kuanpeng giant sword. At this moment, the lightning dragon let out a furious roar in the sky. This person's strength is too strong. If I don't resist, I don't know what will happen to me. Thunder dragon. I don't know if my white tiger soul can unload the power of thunder and lightning. He gathered all his Xian energy into his fists. In the blink of an eye, he flew forward and brandished his fists at this moment. At this time, the thunder dragon collided with Ning Yuan's palms. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the thunder dragon in front of him. The thunder dragon kept roaring. At this moment, he was gradually forced to come forward. He was carried by the thunder dragon and directly glided out. Ning Yuan roared angrily. "How dare you? Roar. You want to leave here?" After roaring out those words, he exerted strength with both hands and flung the lightning dragon away. The lightning dragon collided with the army at this moment. How could they resist Jiyu's dark skill? After the dark force collided with the army, the surrounding power of thunder and lightning burst out in an instant. Suddenly, a piece of charred black appeared on their bodies. After letting out a blood-curdling scream, he slowly collapsed into a pool of blood. Ning Yuan kept gasping for breath. "Boy, your dark skill is only SOSO. Watch me." Dark skill, flying white tiger. After he roared, the dark force gradually burst out at this time. The white tiger soul covered his body at this time. In an instant, he jumped up and disappeared in an instant. He gathered the dark force in his fists. He quickly spun his body. The white tiger's soul gathered in his fist at this moment, and he swung it out in a circle. In an instant, the dark force in his fists gathered rapidly. The white tiger's soul power gathered in his fists and punched out heavily. A fierce tiger flew out from his fists and ran on the ground. At this time, it ran forward. Jiyu took a step forward and punched out heavily. Jiyu's fists released a ball of flame. The two fists collided at this time. At the collision of the fists, a terrifying power gathered at this time. The surrounding dark force burst out in an instant. In an instant, it burst out. That burst of profound energy shattered at this moment, and the remaining few people fell down at this moment. They slammed onto the ground and spat out blood from their mouths. He couldn't help but gasp for breath. The dark force in his body seemed to have been drained at this time. Ji-yu slowly took 2 steps forward and slapped his back. At this time, the dark force was drawn up by Ji-yu and the soul of the master of Star Soul Hall was sent into Ningyuan's body. Ningyuan's soul and the soul of the master of Star Soul Hall were quickly merging at this time. However, Ningyuan's original body's consciousness was completely gone. Ji-yu reached out and grabbed. In an instant, the power of the soul was sucked into the other party's body. At this time, he slowly exhaled and stood up. They gathered in front of Ji-yu in an instant. Ji-yu turned around and sent a trace of soul power into his body. At this time, he stood up at this time. Ningyuan's eyes were no longer clear. Ji-yu's consciousness was then sent into Ningyuan's body. With a thought, Ningyuan suddenly raised his head and said, "Take off your armor and surrender." Everyone who was still fighting was stunned. He raised his head at this time. However, it was not easy for a group of soldiers to betray their own country. They looked at each other and seemed to have a trace of doubt in their hearts. Then they stopped and looked in the direction of Ji-yu. One of them stepped forward and said indifferently to Ningyuan in front of him, "We will never surrender. General, if what you did today is known by others, you will die without a burial place in the future." After shouting these words, they looked at each other. The rest of the people jumped down and raised the precious weapons in their hands. They then rushed forward. Ji-yu took out a precious weapon, picked up the precious weapon in front of her, ran forward, and swung the precious weapon down heavily. Ningyuan suddenly moved, took Ji-yu's precious weapon, and rushed forward. They jumped up and swung the precious weapon heavily in the direction of Ji-yu. Those who didn't want to surrender were killed by Ningyuan alone in that long passage. He continuously brandished the treasured weapon in his hand in all directions. Those people fell into a pool of blood as they slowly gasped for breath. The rest of the people had long been scared out of their wits. They kept gasping for breath. Ji-yu saw the fear in their eyes. She raised the precious weapon in her hand and said indifferently, "Those who surrender will not be killed." After shouting these words, the rest of the people looked at each other. At this time, they slowly walked forward and intertwined their precious weapons with each other. He raised his head and glanced forward. At this time, Ji-yu said slowly, "Pass down my order. Gather everyone in the army. Also, let the newcomers have a full meal." After saying this, they gathered and surrounded Ji-yu. At this time, they took a deep breath. At this time, they looked at each other and didn't know what to do next. They turned around and disappeared. After a while, they quickly ran to eat. Under Ji-yu's order, they cooked a pot of mystical beast meat. They smelled the fragrance in front of them. After looking at each other, they slowly said, "This is meat." They began to eat. Each of them held a large bowl of rice and shen beast meat. This kind of treatment was rare. Ordinary people naturally couldn't compare to them. However, their treatment was only slightly better than ordinary people. After eating a full meal, Ji-yu rode on a mystical beast and led the army forward slowly. Not long after, they came to Jiangbei City. They looked down. Ji-yu slowly said, "This Jiangbei City is not bad." The city was tall and their equipment was good. The deputy general cupped his fist to Ji-yu and said, "General, what should we do?" After hearing this, Ji-yu slowly said, "This time, why don't I send Ningyuan?" After hearing Ji-yu's words, they looked at each other. At this time, they clapped and waved. Chapter 720. Ji-yu's divine sense entered Ningyuan's body. His originally white eyes regained a trace of clarity. He sat on a shen beast and slowly walked out with more than 3,000 people beside him. When they came out, Ji-yu changed the clothes on them. He had them change into a set of tattered clothes. At this moment, they were riding on the shen beasts. At this moment, the shen beasts slowly walked forward. They looked around and Ji-yu let out a loud roar. At this moment, Ning Yuan and the others arrived at the city gates. The chief gatekeeper on the city walls slowly walked out and looked down. He asked indifferently, "What's going on?" At this time, Ning Yuan was controlled by Jiyu's divine sense. He picked up the token and raised it high. "This one is Ning Yuan. Quickly open the city gate. This one can't make up his mind. Please wait for a moment." After saying this, an official walked out and looked down. After seeing the token, he sucked in a cold breath. However, his expression suddenly turned cold. He said faintly, "Why didn't you guard the mysterious Jade Pass? Why did you dare to enter the city gate?" After hearing this, they looked at each other. Ning Yuan opened his mouth and said, "How dare you? I'm the general of the border. You should open the gate quickly. Otherwise, I'll report this matter to the higher-ups. The enemy is right behind us. We can retreat, but what about you?" Suddenly, a thick fog appeared in the air. At this time, countless soldiers riding white horses slowly came out. He sucked in a breath of cold air. This person was really powerful. He took a deep breath. At this time, the rest of the people were also closing in on Ning Yuan. But Jiyu didn't order to charge. At this time, the city gate slowly opened. "Let them in, let them in." After shouting this sentence, the city gate opened. Ning Yuan led 3,000 soldiers into the city. The official anxiously shouted to close the gate. At this time, the gate slowly closed. He said excitedly to Ning Yuan, "Great General, what should we do next? If Jiangbei City is gone, they can use this place as a formation to spread out." After hearing this, they looked at each other. Seeing Ji Yu and the others stand up and ride the Xian beasts, the people around them surrounded them. After seeing this scene, Ji Yu turned around. He picked up the treasure tool in his hand and swung it out with all his might. At this time, the treasure collided with the official's neck. At this time, blood flowed down from his neck and slowly collapsed. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. "Oh my God, the city lord's advisor was killed. What should they do?" The city lord went to northernmost city for a banquet and wouldn't be back for at least 8 to 10 days. Now, they didn't know what to do. They looked at each other and jumped down one after another. They picked up the treasure in their hands and looked in Ji Yu's direction. They charged and directly jumped up. Ji Yu followed the people beside her. At this time, she also flew quickly with the treasure in her hand and killed the people in front of her. With Ji Yu, there were others. The defending army was in chaos. Ji Yu's deputy also raised his treasure at this time. "Attack!" After roaring out this sentence, the army also charged forward at this moment, killing their way to the bottom of the city wall. They directly used lightning profound skill. Countless lightning hammers like hammers heavily collided with the gate. The door suddenly burst open, and the remaining people also rushed in at this time. The moment they came in, they took control of all the city guards of Jiangbei City. When the city lord of northernmost city received this news, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground. Only then did Ji Yu raise his hand. At this time, the rest of the people slowly walked forward. They looked at each other and a few officials walked in front of Ji Yu obediently. They opened their mouths and said, "Great General, may I know where you are from?" "Star Soul Empire." "Oh, so that's the case. Now that you have taken northernmost city, it's not that we want to say this, but you better take the resources here and run quickly. Yes, our empire belongs to the North Star Hall." After saying this, they looked at each other. At this time, a group of men wearing black robes walked out from the direction of the North Star Hall. They looked in the direction of Ji Yu and locked their gazes on Ji Yu. "Are you from the Star Soul Empire?" At this time, the surrounding people approached Ji Yu and the red robes on their bodies fluttered in the wind. Ji Yu cupped her fists and said, "I am Ji Yu from the Star Soul Empire. I don't know that you are from the Star Soul Hall." "Ha ha ha, you don't know. The Star Soul Hall is a troop under the control of our great general." After hearing this, the few people beside him took in a cold breath. However, these people in red robes didn't have much of a change in expression. They only looked at each other. "You know that he is from the Star Soul Hall." Are you going to let him in just like that? A middle-aged man in red robes flew forward and raised his hand. Jiyu raised her hand and the two Shen forces collided. After the two fists collided, they flew backwards. He said indifferently, "Kid, you are quite strong." Jiyu smiled and said, After snorting coldly, they looked at each other. Jiyu waved her hand and the rest of the people flew forward and arrived in front of Jiyu. They raised their hands and countless fists appeared in the air. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud sounds were heard. Jiyu jumped up and turned around. At this moment, her Xian Qi exploded and rebounded those fists. After the fists rebounded, they hit their backs and all of them flew backwards. They hit the ground. Chapter 721. The remaining soldiers walked forward and pinned him to the ground. Jiyu waved his fan and walked forward. They looked in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu said, "From today onwards, Jiangbei City belongs to the Xinghan Empire." The scroll unfurled at this moment. Countless castles appeared on the map. The isolated cities were erected solemnly. Jiyu led a group of people forward. Jiangbei City was in their hands now. A few young generals stood in front of Jiyu. "General, we're leading a group of people to attack Gongbei City's protector city from the left. We can draw a semicircle and stop in front of the capital city." The remaining few people looked at each other. Jiyu said slowly, "I can put the item in front of me." After saying this, they looked at each other. Jiyu said, "I'll lead another group to attack from the right. We'll draw this semicircle together. Long live the general, long live the general." At the same time, in the Feiluo Empire, the Feiluo king opened his eyes and laughed loudly at the map in front of him. "Ha ha ha ha, look, Xinghan and Xingluo have started fighting. Pass down my orders, your army will set off from the border. You must take down the capital city in the shortest time possible." The people around him cupped their hands and agreed. Jiyu looked up and gathered a ball of fire in his hand. The ball of fire came crashing down. He stepped on the air and quickly shot up into the sky. Dozens of people appeared in front of him. They held their weapons and charged towards Jiyu. Jiyu jumped up and chopped down a general in front of him. The rest of the people closed in. Jiyu raised his hand and the rest of the soldiers closed in. Jiyu turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He was floating in the void. Beads of sweat rolled down the forehead of the general of Gongbei City. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Who is this general? I heard that he is the newest general of the Starsoul Empire. We can't do anything to him." After saying this, he frowned. "This general is incomparably valiant. It seems that we are not their match. What should we do? Kill." After shouting this, the great general of Gongbei City slammed his saber heavily on the horse's back. The fierce horse neighed and danced forward while waving its saber. A heavy slash slid down. A few heads flew out, and they collapsed in a pool of blood. Jiyu looked at the people in front of her and said coldly, "Those who surrender will be spared." Jiyu slashed down the Kuan Peng sword. In an instant, it was as if there was a huge Kuan Peng dancing in the sky and then pouring into the deep sea. It flapped its wings heavily and seemed to have sent all the generals flying in an instant. The great general of Gongbei City shouted coldly, "How dare you? I'll take your life." Golden body transformation, mystical skill, Virokana Buddha true body. General, this is the 32nd general of the Star Luo Empire. He is more powerful than the general of Jiangbei City. Yes. Jiyu listened to the reports of her two deputies. She pulled on the reins of her mystical beast and urged it forward. Dang, dang, dang. 3 clear sounds of bells rang out, and in an instant, a large expanse of auspicious clouds appeared in the air, covering the entire sky. At this moment, the clouds were slowly approaching the group of people. That general's huge face appeared in the sky. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Kill." After shouting those words, that general actually floated in the sky like a Buddha. He roared at Jiyu, and a palm broke through the clouds. Blazing flames surrounded that huge palm. In the blink of an eye, it landed on Jiyu. Jiyu turned around. She held the Kuan Peng sword in one hand and swung it forward heavily. The slap landed heavily on the ground. The two forces collided directly. What will happen to my lord? No one can withstand my lord's palm. This is the power of a Buddha. The two forces collided with each other heavily. At this moment, the forces collided with each other, and the dark force started to vibrate in all directions. The people around them could no longer withstand this powerful pressure. They were sent flying and crashed heavily on various tables. At this moment, they spat out blood from their mouths. The Star Soul Empire's army suffered a huge loss because they were protected by Jiyu. Jiyu slowly walked forward at this moment. She forced all the Xian energy into her arm. The Xian energy slowly gathered at this moment. After Jiyu added that layer of Xian energy, even such a huge palm was sent flying. Jiyu shouted, "Enter the city. Kill." The remaining people held onto their treasured swords and rushed towards Jiyu. They lifted their heads and stared at Jiyu. Jiyu stood up with the long saber in his hand and swung his sword down heavily. The long saber collided with the crowd in front of him, and suddenly, a strong burst of Xian energy erupted. A few people around them were sent flying. The general's body swayed, and blood flowed out from his body. He looked like he couldn't take it anymore. Jiyu walked in front of him with her treasured weapon. He said indifferently, "Attack." However, the soldiers behind him all curled up. No matter how he shouted, they didn't dare to go forward. Jiyu slowly walked in front of them and said indifferently, "Surrender." The general spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Jiyu coldly and said, "Jiyu, I will not live under the same sky as you." Jiyu ignored his words. She turned around and walked towards him with her treasured weapon. The long sword in her hand slashed down and chopped off the general's head. With this general's head, the remaining people didn't dare to say anything. They quickly scattered in all directions. Jiyu said indifferently, "Massacre the city." This place was different from Jiangbei City. It was said that the cultivation atmosphere here was quite strong. Therefore, Jiyu ordered to kill all the Xian cultivators here. They all had Xian skills. In the face of a life and death crisis, the underground strength of each family was fully unleashed. The leader was an expert at the peak of the 5th level of the human profound realm called Jiang Ning. He stood in the middle of the mansion. Jiyu just entered the city. She boasted shamelessly that she would kill all of our families. Our lives are connected. Even if we are strong, how can we fight with them? That's right. We can take the opportunity to contact the people from the Star Soul Hall. I don't believe they can watch this happen. After roaring out those words, they slowly walked forward with long blades in their hands. Their gazes landed on Jiyu, only to see him brandishing his treasured weapon and charging in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu just walked out of the mansion of a few deputy generals. She was dressed in black and wore a black mask. She rode on the wall and looked coldly at the crowd below. They pulled out their swords. "In this battle, if we can't kill that bastard Jiyu, we will be the ones to die." They jumped to the top of the city wall. After shouting "kill," they jumped down one after another. They waved the long sabers in their hands and charged in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu closed her eyes. She didn't even activate her treasured weapon. When the 5 Xian lights were near her, she opened her eyes. He abruptly opened his eyes and heavily waved his palm. That powerful Xian Qi suddenly waved out at this moment, and 3 loud bangs were heard. Suddenly, the Xian light landed on the ground and exploded with 3 loud sounds. He held the sword and looked towards Jiyu. Jiyu jumped up and kicked one of the black-clothed men. That leg technique was a heaven-level Xian skill. After receiving this heavy blow, that black-clothed man spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into a pool of blood. The remaining few people quickly closed in. "Jiyu, today we have a total of 331 human Xian realm experts. Even if you are strong, so what? Why don't you accept your death obediently? This way, there may be a way out." "That's right." The surrounding people roared at the same time. They took out their treasured weapons and charged towards Jiyu. Jiyu's cold eyes made their hearts tremble involuntarily. She kicked out. Under this heavy blow, the person in front of her spat out blood and was sent flying. He landed on the ground and helped Tsong Anu up with both hands. Ji turned around and kicked both of them hard on the ground. They clamped their long swords on their bodies and waved them. Suddenly, they slashed down heavily towards Ji's direction. Ji suddenly ran 2 steps forward and disappeared from her original spot. Ding! Host used the 3000 cloud movement. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. Ji suddenly flew into the sky and fell down heavily, colliding with that power on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the sky lit up with a white light. That white light suddenly shone towards the sky. That strong Xian Qi was forced to come forward at this moment. Ji slapped down heavily with her palm. With a loud bang, the 2 profound energies collided with each other. Chapter 722. With a wave of Ji's hand, countless armored soldiers rushed into the crowd. They raised their machetes and slashed crazily. Suddenly, 12 arhats flew out from the crowd. They held long swords in their hands and swung them into the crowd. Instantly, screams of agony came from the crowd. At this moment, blood flowed all over the ground. They looked at each other and took a deep breath. Ji turned around and looked in front. In an instant, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. At this moment, the profound energy in his hand started to gather, forming a ball of lightning in the air. What powerful lightning dark force! The great general of Gongbei City gasped. If this attack landed on them, they would not know what to do. Everyone looked at each other. He brandished the long saber in his hand. After shouting, he shouted, "Kill!" Everyone stood up with weapons in their hands. They wanted to chase these invaders out of their homes. Ji stood in the crowd and looked around. He only felt an immense dark force pressure coming from the sky. At this moment, that powerful dark force pressed down on Ji. Ji turned around and swung the Kuan-Peng giant sword in his hand. Even though the great general's true body mystic skill was formed from the power of Buddhism, his strength was being stripped away at this moment. He let out a blood-curdling scream as the flesh on his body continued to fall off. He grabbed the flesh on his body and swung it in all directions. Those pieces of flesh fell to the ground. Ji gasped and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in front of the great general and swung the Kuan-Peng giant sword down heavily. A head fell to the ground just like that. Ji raised his hand and the crowd cheered and danced in. They danced and danced in front of Ji. They each held a weapon and looked coldly in Ji's direction. Ji turned around and swung his sword down heavily. "Enter the city without sealing your sword." After Ji shouted these words, the remaining soldiers rushed into the city as if they had gone mad. They killed everywhere as if they had gone mad. Ji looked at all this coldly as if it had nothing to do with him. At this moment, a group of people came in front of him. He looked at the people in front of him and said indifferently, "Greetings to the great general. What should we do now?" Ji looked coldly in front of him. However, at this moment, all the sects inside walked out and looked in Ji's direction. "Great general, you have always been a force in the mortal world and have never had much to do with us. However, you have invaded our territory. What exactly do you want to do?" After hearing these words, they looked in front of them with sharp eyes. It was as if they would explode in the next moment. Ji said indifferently, "Everyone, you can't say that. There has never been a sect that can be independent of the world." After saying this, he looked in front of them as if he was letting them choose for themselves. The crowd looked at each other. One of the sect elders snorted and walked forward. He said to the crowd in front of him disdainfully, "Why are you so polite to a general from the mortal world? Even if he is a Xian cultivator, I'm afraid he is only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the human profound realm." Immediately, many of the sects present expressed their agreement. What a joke! A little piece of trash dared to show off in front of them. They looked at each other and seemed to be very disdainful of this matter. Ji waved his hand heavily. At this moment, the people around him also walked forward. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared on the spot and picked up the treasured weapons in their hands. "Watch me. I'll show you the power of our Tianhua sect." When the heavenly flowers fall, they will always be hurt. The person who mocked Ji just now stepped on the ground. Immediately, the surrounding floorboards shattered and flew up. Ji looked at the shattered floorboards in front of him and snorted disdainfully. At the same time, a sharp blade appeared in both his hands. He suddenly flew up into the air and quickly twisted his body. At the same time, the petals in the air began to shatter one after another. It was as if the petals were strangely beautiful as they quickly drifted downwards. Ji held the treasured weapon in his hand and quickly twisted his body. In an instant, the huge blade in front of him turned into 8 petals and spun quickly. The petals were like long blades, shattering countless boulders. However, Ji continued to wave the treasured weapon in his hand. The blade-like petals fell to the ground. Seeing that Ji had knocked away all of his petals, the corner of the strong man's mouth cracked into a smile. Ha ha ha, this is simply too stupid. After roaring this sentence, "Kid, although you have some strength, we are standing in front of you. We are from the flower sect." After roaring out this sentence, they joined their hands together, and the profound energy collided with the ground at this moment. The petals on the ground danced wildly with the wind. At this moment, the petals on the ground formed endless symbols. Xian's skill, Titan. After roaring this sentence, the petals on the ground seemed to have come to life in an instant. They continuously took root and sprouted under the ground. At this moment, the vines waved out and wrapped around Jiyu's body, lifting Jiyu up. Jiyu floated in the air. The Xian energy on his body was suddenly channeled into the Kuan-Peng giant sword. Xian's skill, raging fire burns the city. Jiyu gently waved his hand. A flame that seemed to be able to swallow everything in the world erupted from Jiyu's treasured weapon in an instant and spread to the ground. At this moment, the flame engulfed the vines. The flower sect's elder could feel the heat wave that was still coming from hundreds of meters away. He took a deep breath and quickly retreated. Jiyu laughed coldly. Xian's skill, power of wood, spring breeze like rain. At this moment, the rapidly expanding vines on the ground suddenly shot out. In an instant, they quickly twisted and turned into whirlpool-like sharp blades. Countless sharp blades fell. The flower sect's elder quickly raised his hands. His hands were covered with a thick layer of Xian energy. 2 balls of light instantly appeared in his palms. He waved his hands. At this moment, the 2 balls of raging fire erupted. The 2 balls of raging fire collided with each other heavily. They sent the vines flying. "Humph, you're underestimating our flower sect. Ha ha ha." Before the laughter sounded, the originally shattered vines in the sky swiftly gathered together at this moment. They descended from the sky and wrapped around the flower sect's elder's body. The flower sect's elder shouted anxiously, "Save me." The remaining elders widened their eyes. "Not good, go quickly." After shouting these words, they quickly jumped down and picked up their treasures. When they raised the treasures in their hands, countless vines quickly spread over. They wrapped around the flower sect's elder. Jiyu said calmly, "Be careful." The remaining might of the raging fire burning the city finally arrived in front of them. The raging fire burned their bodies for an instant. Not long after, the raging fire completely engulfed them. When they saw this terrifying scene, the remaining elders looked at each other and said respectfully, "It's naturally possible for the army to enter the city." After saying this, Jiyu took a step back. She waved her hand heavily. At this moment, everyone around her slowly walked forward. Following Jiyu, she led her personal army into the city. The remaining soldiers quickly returned to their original state. The Star Luo Empire was very angry that their capital had been destroyed. Therefore, they mobilized all the soldiers in the empire. At this moment, countless soldiers slowly walked out and waved their long swords. Jiyu led the people around her and slowly stood up. "There are still 3 more days, and we will have achieved the results of this expedition." After saying this, the 2 people beside him slowly walked forward at this time. The soldiers beside them quickly gathered at this time. Jiyu waved her hand heavily. The soldiers quickly dismantled everything around them and moved all the wooden pillars onto the wooden carts. At this moment, the wooden carts slowly moved out of the gate. A large group of soldiers brought the wooden carts and sent them all to the Star Soul Empire. After they were transported to the Star Soul Empire, the king of the central region opened his eyes wide and looked at the countless treasures in front of him. Ji waved her hand heavily. At this moment, the people around her quickly walked forward. Countless people had gathered at this moment. However, Ji didn't come back. Instead, she led 3,000 strong men around the fourth level of the profound realm. Ji waved her hand heavily. After shouting these words, countless soldiers stepped on their horses. After waving their whips. At this moment, the armored horses in front of them started to gallop quickly. Ji rode on a Shen beast and kept shouting. The Star Luo Empire sent out General Baijan. He was one of the top 10 generals in the Star Luo Empire. He frowned as he stood on top of the city wall. 2 of his deputies stood beside him. One of them cupped his hands and said, "My lord, our city's defense has always been very stable. Even if Gu is a 7th-level profound realm cultivator, she will still die under our crossbows. Is that true?" Chapter 723. Baijan shook his head. This old man feels a little uneasy. Right at this moment, countless plumes of smoke and dust came from afar. Ji rode a Shen beast and led 3,000 soldiers over. Countless Shen crossbows in the air let out whooshing sounds. There was a small pattern engraved on the crossbow bolts. It was the thunder explosion array. With a loud bang, the thunder explosion array lit up. Countless flames and a powerful force spread out in all directions. That force pushed in all directions. A few Shen practitioners were instantly sent flying. Ji looked at the general and said, "Lure them out." The few people beside him looked at each other. Baijan said, "Let's not step out." After roaring these words, the people beneath him didn't move at all. Ji didn't bother with them. Instead, he led the rest of the people and ran in another direction. Countless shouts and cries could be heard continuously at this moment. They waved the treasured weapons in their hands. Countless Shen strengths suddenly danced above the city walls. At this moment, the few people on the city walls collapsed one after another. Ji raised her head at this moment and gathered a surge of Shen strength on the Kuan-Peng giant sword. Shen skill, 10,000 heavenly lightning blasts. Thunder and lightning sounded in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning gathered on Ji's treasured weapon. Ji waved the huge treasured weapon and heavily swung it forward. Countless bolts of lightning quickly gathered at this moment. They bombarded the city gates. Under the bombardment, the iron gates suddenly exploded with a bang. At this moment, the iron gates above the city walls collapsed with a loud bang. Ji waved the treasure artifact in his hand once more, and he led the 3,000 profounders to charge into the city. Never had Baijan imagined that the city that was guarded by 100,000 profounders would actually collapse in an instant. This was simply inconceivable. They looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? The fury in Baijan's heart had reached its peak. "Men, investigate and chase them out." After he roared those words, over 10,000 profounder infantrymen held treasures in their hands as they walked towards Ji's group. Ji waved her hand heavily and divided the 3,000 Shen soldiers into 3 groups. Baijan's subordinates knelt on the ground and said, "General, I will not allow the people of the Star Soul Empire to piss on the Star Luo Empire. What do you want to do? I request to step out of the city. All right, I'll give you 30,000 men, you must chase that army. After roaring these words, Nyo of the Shen Luo Empire, Shen practitioners of Shen practitioners. Shen of Shen soldiers. Shen of Shen of troops. Shen Exuan Empire was Shen of Shen Empire of Shen Luo of Shen. Shen man. Looking at the crowd that was continuously sent flying by Ji's mystical skills, cold sweat started to form on their foreheads. Ji held the artifact in his hand and turned around. He said indifferently, "Kill." Nyomeng roared. Profound skill, fierce bull true body. After roaring out these words, a true bull's Shen energy covered his body. Everyone around Niu Meng was at the first level of Xian energy. At this moment, he waved his hand heavily. At this moment, a ferocious bull ran out and instantly covered the area. He rushed into the crowd. There was still lightning in the bull's head. Jiyu flew out and caught the bull's horn with both hands. At this moment, the bull's horn sank into the ground. He looked in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu instantly turned around. He punched the mysterious soul true body. Niu Meng could no longer control his body. He was suddenly sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. They looked at Jiyu in fear. Oh no, the city has been breached. After roaring out these words, the people around him started to run in all directions. At this moment, the army behind Jiyu ran forward and attacked the crowd on the ground with their weapons. At this moment, the smell of blood quickly filled the air. Niu Meng covered his dantian and stood up with difficulty. He stared in the direction of Jiyu and then spat out a mouthful of blood. The two of them looked at each other. At this moment, they slowly walked forward. When they looked at Jiyu, the people around them suddenly disappeared on the spot. In an instant, they appeared in front of the crowd. They turned around and suddenly swung a fist in front of them. Jiyu's fist met his, and the two fists collided, followed by a deafening boom. The surroundings scattered and a thick fog came. Jiyu slowly took a step forward. Niu Meng fell in a pool of blood. He looked in front of him. Bai Zhon's voice was heard in the air. Jiyu, how dare you kill my brave general? After he shouted these words, the two people beside him suddenly walked forward slowly at this moment. Every time he stepped on the ground would suddenly rumble. A violent force was emitted from his long spear. He looked in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu, give me your life. He shouted and suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiyu. He waved his long spear forward and swung it in the direction of Jiyu. Jiyu's vigor energy suddenly covered her body. At this moment, the vigor energy exploded in response to the long spear. At this moment, the long spear collided with the vigor energy. At this moment, the two forces collided and a strong force suddenly exploded. It flew in the air. Bai Zhon's legs left deep marks on the ground. He raised his head and fixed his eyes on Jiyu. In an instant, Jiyu's spear landed on top of the gangqi. The gangqi covered the spear as if it was glued to the spear, completely wrapping it up. At this moment, the dark energy of wood completely covered the long spear. At this moment, the vines pulled back and the long spear fell on Jiyu. Jiyu looked in front of her. Bai Zhon picked up the long spear in his hand and looked at it. Then, he looked at Jiyu. Jiyu held the Kuan-Peng sword and flew out in an instant. Bai Zhon's hands were still trying to gather a strong burst of dark energy. However, he didn't expect that in the next moment, his head would be chopped off. After this battle, the Star Luo Empire had completely lost all of their courage. Jiyu gathered the remnants of the army. She rode on her Xian beast and directly rushed towards the Star Luo Empire's imperial capital. Those people looked at each other, and he jumped up. He looked in the direction of the crowd. The Star Luo king looked down and said calmly, Jiyu, how dare you? Don't tell me you want to kill me. Don't you know that the emperor of two empires shouldn't be killed in a war? Jiyu laughed disdainfully. She raised the precious weapon in her hand and said, kill. After saying this, all of them rushed forward. 9 black-clothed people rushed out of the city and landed on the ground. Their bodies erupted with various colors of mystic light. They stepped on the ground. Jiyu, surrender now. We can still capture you. Jiyu took a step forward. At this moment, countless bolts of lightning struck down. Those bolts of lightning bombarded the ground. Countless huge craters appeared on the ground. He raised his hand heavily, and the rest of the people slowly walked forward at this time. They surrounded Jiyu in a circle. He turned to look at Jiyu. Jiyu disappeared from where he was in an instant. He turned around, and the giant sword of the Kuan-Peng hit the ground at that moment. Suddenly, a huge explosion rang out. The 9 people in black were all sent flying. He turned around and swung the treasured weapon down heavily. After a loud explosion, the people around him fell on top of him. Jiyu said calmly, You're not my match. After saying that, they looked at each other. At this moment, they slowly retreated. They raised their heads and looked at Jiyu. Jiyu waved her hand heavily. The cultivators behind her rushed into the city. The Star Luo King jumped down and looked in Jiyu's direction. A powerful Xian Qi was transmitted from Jiyu's hand. At that moment, the Kuan Peng's gigantic sword was swung down heavily. The Kuan Peng's shadow flew out and pierced through the two black-clothed men. At the same time, all of their divine souls had been stripped away. The Star Luo King watched as his subjects died under Jiyu's iron army. A look of fear appeared in his eyes. He turned around and said calmly, "Run." All of the officials were stunned. Their king actually said the word run. Jiyu flew forward and stepped on the city wall. She took 2 steps and jumped onto the city wall. She hit the Star Luo King's shoulder with one hand. A loud crack sounded. The Star Luo King immediately knelt on the ground. He panted heavily as he looked in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu clapped her hands. A few black soldiers walked out and pressed the precious weapons in their hands on the Star Luo King's body. He waved his hand heavily. The rest of the people quickly ran forward and pressed the precious weapons on the Star Luo King's body. Jiyu waved her hand heavily and said calmly, "Press him back." 2 soldiers from the Black Iron Army walked forward and pressed the Star Luo King's body. They walked out in the direction of the Star Soul Empire. Jiyu said calmly, "Pass down my order. Let the Star Luo Empire's army and the Star Soul Empire's army take down the Fei Luo Empire." Chapter 724. Jiyu combined the 2 armies and pressed down on the Fei Luo Empire. The Flying Luo King was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. His most trusted general was leading his most elite troops out of the kingdom and directly attacking the Star Soul Empire. In the beginning, he thought that this was a perfect plan, but now, he was wrong. They didn't expect Jiyu to be able to lead the army to attack them in such a short time. Jiyu led the army into the Fei Luo Empire and asked, "Where are the people from the Evolving Temple?" The Fei Luo King was stunned. The Evolving Temple closed its doors 30 years ago. Jiyu nodded and asked someone to take him away. Then, she found the general and said to him, "From today onwards, the control of the 3 empires will be handed over to you." The general was stunned. He had thought that Jiyu wanted to be the real king of the central region. He had not expected that Jiyu would give up the position of king of the central region. His face was full of shock, but Jiyu turned around calmly. With a wave of his hand, the people from both sides came forward with awkward expressions on their faces. Jiyu took her luggage and silently left the Fei Luo Empire. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of the Frost Mountain. Suddenly, a gust of demonic wind blew over quickly. Jiyu sensed that there was something not far away. She quickly used the 3000 clouds movement. Ding! Host used the 3000 clouds movement. Obtained 1 by 999 experience points. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu landed in a forest not far away. A few men dressed in black were looking at a young girl with skin as white as snow and dressed in red. Ji Rushue, hand over the underworld holy scroll. The Ice Queen's soul is hidden in it. From their conversation, Jiyu found out that the Evolving Temple wanted to find the whereabouts of the Ice Queen's soul when the central region was split. Unexpectedly, the other group of people from the Evolving Temple believed that the Queen of Ice and Frost could not be revived. Rather than letting the world be in danger of being controlled by other provinces, they might as well take the initiative to deal with the seal. As a result, the Evolution Temple was divided into 2 factions, and because of this matter, they fought. Now, even the Evolution Temple was divided into 7 mountain ranges. The weakest disciple was at the peak of the 5th level of the human profound realm. Jiyu landed in the crowd. "I want that scroll." The red-clothed girl glanced at Jiyu in confusion before casually tossing out the scroll. Jiyu disappeared from his original spot in the blink of an eye. The 3000 cloud alchemy almost made him come into contact with the scroll. But she didn't expect that the 5 men in black would attack at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. 5 powerful forces waved at the same time. When their fists collided, there was a loud boom. After landing on the ground, they looked at each other. Oh no, that girl ran away. Let's go back. We can't find her. After saying that, they disappeared with a loud bang. Ji-yu looked in the direction that the girl in red disappeared. She must be on the mountain. He walked up the mountain path. In front of a large hall, countless men and women were gathered. They all looked forward with great interest. Ji-yu asked, "Senior, may I ask what they are doing?" "They are selecting outer disciples." "I'm afraid we don't have any hope today." "Yeah, I heard that one has to be at least a 7th grade array master to enter their outer sect." Ji-yu's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect the evolving temple to be so powerful. A 7th grade array master was the best in the other 4 regions. A man in a green robe walked in front of Ji-yu. "Young master, are you here to participate in the selection?" Ji-yu nodded. The green-robed young man said, "Come with me." Ji-yu followed him to the entrance of the large hall. There was a young girl who was not even 20 years old standing in the crowd. She said coldly, "Today's selection only requires you to form the 7th grade green mystic array. I didn't expect the central region to have so few talents." Originally, she had no intention of choosing a disciple, but when she saw Ji-yu, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. This young man with a resolute gaze had deeply attracted her attention in an instant. "Do you want to participate in the selection?" Ji-yu nodded. She slapped her hands on the ground. In an instant, all 5 dark force in her body were injected into the green mystic array. The green mystic array could expel all the negative effects of the human body. In less than 15 minutes, it was time. The formation in front of Ji-yu had already reached the greater mastery stage, accompanied by a demonic light. The light in the array rushed into the air. The girl's eyes widened and looked in Ji-yu's direction in surprise. Her divine sense probed Ji-yu. This young man was only about 17 years old. This was simply a miracle. She walked forward and said to Ji-yu, "From today onwards, you are an inner disciple." "What? Why should I?" "That's right. He just formed an array and he wants to enter the inner sect." After saying this, they looked at each other. The person next to them walked forward and cupped his hands to Ji-yu, saying, "He wants to enter the evolving temple." "I'm the first to object." "That's right." Many people who failed to be selected shouted in indignation. The girl said calmly, "I am Yi Chujiao, a 3rd grade elder and the first disciple of the evolving temple's array peak. This young man is only 18 years old, but he can form an 8th grade array. Can you do that?" "What? You said he can turn a 7th grade green mystic array into an 8th grade array? Who would believe that?" Suddenly, Yi Chujiao swung her palm and slapped a man's body. A purple light appeared on his face. "What? This is the purple nether poison. Get out of the way. This is the purple nether poison." After they shouted these words, they all hid and looked forward in fear, as if they were very afraid of what would happen later. The 2 of them looked at each other. He slowly walked forward and gathered the dark force in his hand at this moment. The powerful dark force covered their hands in an instant. At the same time, they looked at Ji-yu who was in front of them. Ji-yu nodded and waved her hand. The array in front of her spread out quickly and covered his body. Under the protection of the 8th grade array, the purple nether poison was cleared out in an instant. Elixirs could be poisoned, but Ji-yu's array did not have a trace of divine consciousness. He turned around and walked forward slowly. The crowd had no choice but to accept this even if they wanted to. They looked at each other and Ji-yu took 2 steps forward. The young man in black stepped forward and cupped his hands. He said to Ji-yu in front of him, "I am Huang Chang. Greetings, young master." Ji-yu also cupped her hands. After the 2 of them greeted each other, he led Ji-yu to the 7 peaks. They were called Elixir Peak. As the name suggested, it was the path of evolution for alchemists. There was also the Weapon Sect Peak, Beast Taming Peak, Mystic Skills Sect, and Chiman Peak. The peak that attracted countless disciples the most was the Heaven Sect Peak. It was formed by disciples who had 1 foot in the Earth Profound realm. Once they entered, they would be able to break through to the Earth Profound realm. Huang Chang said to Ji-yu, "You can stay here." Oh right, every family will have a maid. There is also a chamber of commerce in the Evolution City that can increase the income of magnetite. After saying that, Huang Chang said lightly, every year in the 3rd month, 6th month, and 9th month, Elder Yi will give lectures in the sect. Go and listen when you have time. After Ji Yu said thank you, he got up and left. When he returned to the temporary residence, he did not expect it to be so big. It seemed that the Evolution Temple's preferential treatment for inner sect disciples was not just a little bit good. Ji Yu wanted to take a bath first. While he was taking a bath, a creaking sound came from the direction of the door. Ji Yu slapped out. Fortunately, he did not use much mystic energy. The screen flew up and slammed heavily into the black shadow. Aya! A scream was heard. Ji Yu stood up and slowly took 2 steps forward. He opened the screen and saw a standard little girl standing there, rubbing her little head. Who are you? The little girl looked at Ji Yu's body with a dazed expression. A scream came and she shyly covered her eyes. Why are you not wearing clothes? Ji Yu finally reacted and put on his clothes. He said lightly, you little girl, why did you barge into my residence? The little girl scratched her head. Could it be that the new inner sect disciple that manager auntie was talking about was you? Ji Yu used his divine sense to probe and found that the other party did not have any mystic energy at all. What's your name? My name is Li Yuan. I'm your inner sect disciple and your manager auntie. Manager auntie, how old are you? She rubbed her fingers and slowly said, I'm 16 this year. You can be a manager's auntie at 16. I'm the only servant in this residence. Ji Yu was speechless. At this moment, Li Yuan said awkwardly, oh no, my seed is still there. After saying that, she skipped out of the door. He followed the little girl and after a few steps, he saw that they were behind his residence. Chapter 725. Li Huan took the seeds and scattered them in the soil. Then, she sprinkled some powder on the ground and covered the soil. Ji Yu turned around. When they reached the ground, they saw that the seeds had sprouted one after another after being powdered. Countless spiritual herbs were being blown away by the wind. What a beautiful wind! Ji Yu patted her little head and said, it seems that you like these herbs. The little girl said faintly, Xiao Huan likes these spiritual herbs. Ji Yu laughed and turned around. Then, she took out a bag from her storage ring. Yesterday, she bought these spiritual herbs in the City of Evolution. At this moment, the sound of a bell echoed in the hall. Li Huan put the things down and shouted anxiously, young master, this is bad. The chief disciple of the Yixian Peak has rung the bell. We must gather quickly. After shouting out these words, Li Yundong was stunned. Ji Yu took out her precious weapon and quickly ran forward. At this moment, the people around her turned around. She ran towards the Yixian Peak. At this moment, they gathered together. Ji Yu stood in front of the door and slowly looked around. He lifted his head and looked at the mountain peak. There were tens of thousands of people gathered in the mountain peak. They were looking at the sect leader, who was standing on the immortal selection platform. The sect leader turned his head and said to the people in front of him, I can sense that the Xian beasts in the Black Peak have started to riot. The war between the 3 empires has ended. Now, the Star Soul Empire has unified the 3 regions. A few elders looked in the direction of the sect master. Among them, a white-haired black-bearded elder stroked his beard and said, this old man believes that we can unify the 3 great soul palaces and combine the 3 great soul palaces into one soul palace. After saying this, they looked at each other. In their eyes, there seemed to be a trace of strangeness. However, an elder said, I heard that the hall master of the Star Soul Hall was killed by a young man. After hearing these words, they looked at each other, cupped their hands and said, Palace Master, please make a decision. Now is not the time to fight for power. The Queen of Ice and Frost established this divine peak to protect the people of the 5 major regions. We should first deal with the 100 Valley Mountain Range Xian beasts. The leader of the evolving divine palace said indifferently, Go, let all the beasts of the 100 Valleys and the mystic beast peak return. After he finished speaking, the crowd gathered around him. The Peak Lord of the Xuanzhen Peak said to Yi Chumai indifferently, as you wish. Find the person who passed the triple array formation test last week. Hall Master, that person is called Jiyu. Jiyu stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. I am Jiyu. Very good, you can go with the people from Divine Sword Peak. Jiyu nodded. The Xuanzhen light gate floated in the air. The disciples all entered the mountain range to prevent the young disciples from getting hurt. Thus, they were told to stop the Xian beasts at the border of the mountain range. The remaining Xian beast kings were told to the elders of the various divine peaks to help. After a few leaps, the elders flew to the outskirts of the forest. Jiyu sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, a young master waving a fan walked out. He cupped his hands and said to Jiyu, I am Yu Changbai, greetings junior brother. Greetings senior brother. After hearing this, the two people beside him sat on the ground. Wasn't this senior brother Yu? He was the most outstanding talent of the Pill Peak. After saying this, they looked at each other and stood up. Yu Changbai laughed and waved his fan, don't say that. I just saw that everyone was in trouble, so I occasionally helped. Jiyu looked at each other. Yu Changbai took out a mystic skill book and handed it to Jiyu. Jiyu looked at the mystic skill book and said indifferently, Brother Jiyu, I have a suggestion. Why don't we exchange this cultivation technique book? I don't have any cultivation techniques with me. They are all from the sect. Yu Changbai smiled. Jiyu looked at his cultivation technique book. His cultivation technique was of the yin attribute, while Jiyu's 5 types of Xian Qi were the softest and toughest in the world. It was impossible for them to exist together with the yin attribute cultivation technique book. The two of them looked at each other and stood up. Suddenly, there was a shaking feeling in the mountain range in the distance. Jiyu stepped out. After a few steps, he landed on the ground in the blink of an eye. It seemed to have formed a secret door. Jiyu looked at the tiny crack that had appeared on the surface of the sword. He closed his eyes. In that instant, he poured the Xian Qi in his hand into the door. The 5 small arrays on the door started to rotate rapidly. Jiyu poured the Xian Qi into them. In that instant, the arrays started to rotate rapidly. Gradually, they formed a door that slowly opened. Jiyu flew in and entered the door. In the blink of an eye, the ground started to shake. A white giant ape appeared in front of Jiyu. At this moment, the giant ape waved a circle in Jiyu's direction. Jiyu raised his fist and the 2 fists collided. The entire cave shook. The ape-like beast let out a roar. At this moment, the sound waves were waved in front of Jiyu. Jiyu waved his Kuan-Peng sword and the giant sword collided with the sound waves. When the sound waves collided in front of him, a fire dragon flew out of the Kuan-Peng giant sword and roared at this moment. The giant ape grabbed the fire dragon and swung it out. It crashed heavily into the wall. At this moment, the wall collapsed. However, the violent shaking of the cave made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Jiyu leaped 2 steps forward and swung the giant sword again. The giant sword danced in the air in an instant. It crashed into the giant ape. The ape-like behemoth roared. Jiyu flew forward and stabbed his sword into the ape-like beast's chest. A small demon core appeared in the ape-like beast's dantian. Jiyu stretched out his hand and the demon core fell into Jiyu's hand. He placed the yarrow core into his pocket. Jiyu glanced forward and saw that there was still a corpse beside him. Jiyu walked forward and pulled out a storage ring from the corpse's pocket. Jiyu put the storage ring away. At this moment, Yu Changbai walked in and asked Jiyu, "What happened just now?" Only then did Jiyu walk out. They looked at each other. He leaped twice and Jiyu walked in front of them. He said indifferently, "Nothing. It's just that a pitiful person died in the hands of the giant ape. Sigh, they are so pitiful." He sighed and said, "Let's go." Just as they arrived at the door, Yu Changbai suddenly stopped in his tracks. He abruptly turned around and slammed his palm down in Jiyu's direction. At this moment, a surge of strong profound energy gathered in his palm. Along with that surge of dark energy, it flew down like a fierce bird in the sky. That fierce bird crashed in the direction of Ji-yu. Ji-yu raised his hand and retracted it. The two surges of dark energy collided. That surge of dark energy exploded at this moment. The two of them retreated. At this moment, Yu Changbai finally spoke up. Junior brother Ji-yu, it is simply inconceivable that there are no treasures in this place. After hearing this sentence, he was stunned. At this moment, the few of them landed in front of Ji-yu. Ji-yu turned around abruptly and slapped down heavily. The two palms collided heavily. Two surges of dark energy shot up into the sky at this moment. Be a good boy and hand over the treasures you obtained, junior brother Ji-yu. Yu Changbai grinned. Ji-yu looked at him and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. The two of them flew up and Ji-yu suddenly slapped out her palm. Ding! The host used Gale Palm and gained 1 by 999 experience points. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Changbai laughed out loud and said, I'm wearing a poisonous coat. Do you feel weak all over now? Ha ha ha. He suddenly laughed out loud and looked in the direction of Ji-yu. He said indifferently, go to hell. After roaring these words, the two of them stepped on the ground and flew up in the blink of an eye. Two surges of dark energy fell on Ji-yu at this moment. The corners of Ji-yu's mouth curled into a smile. Yu Changbai, who was about to attack in the air, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and covered his bones. How could this be? The Gale Palm was created by an old senior in the eastern region. The dark energy in your body now is not enough to resist this power. The reason why the wind palm was called the Gale Palm was because the blood in his blood vessels was like a tsunami, flying in all directions. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood flowed from the corners of Yu Changbai's mouth. His palms collided at this moment and he was instantly sent flying and hit the wall. He immediately knew that he would never be Ji-yu's opponent. Yu Changbai anxiously climbed onto Ji-yu's lap. I beg you, let me go. I beg you, junior brother Ji-yu, we're both from the evolving divine palace. You can't kill me, I beg you. Chapter 726. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Ji-yu said indifferently, no, senior brother, you can't live. After saying this, Ji-yu raised the sword in her hand and slashed down heavily. The long sword penetrated his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ji-yu turned around and took a deep breath. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Seeing that Ji-yu had returned, two disciples stepped forward and asked, Junior brother Ji-yu, have you seen senior brother Yu Changbai? Ji-yu shook her head. Oh, so that's how it is. Perhaps senior brother went outside. By the way, the low-level Xian beasts of the Xian Beast mountain range are already near the foot of the mountain. Master called us to help you. Ji-yu said indifferently, don't worry. At this moment, there was a huge tremor in the deep forest of the mountain range. Ji-yu and the others looked in the direction of the mountain range and saw that in the blink of an eye, the entire mountain range was covered in a black mass. Ji-yu took out a leaf from her storage ring and waved it. He casually waved his hand, and in an instant, the leaves danced in the air, filling the sky in an instant. Those leaves were like sharp blades, shooting in that direction explosively. Countless small demonic beasts and insects flew forward. Those leaves fell on the insects' bodies, and they fell to the ground one by one. Another group of disciples arrived behind Ji-yu through the transmission array. Receive the array. After the order of an elder, they instantly took a step forward. Countless golden circles instantly appeared under their feet, and the 5-point star on top of them quickly outlined at this moment. The 5-point star gathered together in an instant. Ji-yu waved her hand heavily, and in an instant, all the power gathered together. Everyone looked at Ji-yu in surprise. Because a small 5-point star also appeared under Ji-yu's feet. However, the elder had no time to look at Ji-yu. At this moment, those Xian beasts quickly ran forward. He raised his hand heavily, and those ice thorns instantly burst out, flying in the direction of those insects. At this moment, the insects fell to the ground one after another. The elder and the group of disciples frowned. They had just used this mystic technique, and they were able to obtain such huge ice thorns. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other. Jiyu raised her hand and waved it again. In an instant, flames appeared behind the ice thorns. At this moment, the huge flames formed a wall of fire. After all the demonic beasts and insects flew into the wall of fire, they were burned one after another. Jiyu slapped the ground, and the wall of flames flew up in an instant, forming a row of thick walls. This is the Raging Inferno formation. It's a combination of a strange technique and a formation. He's too strong, really too strong. After saying this, he raised his head and said, "Let's go. Quickly, get into formation. Attach your formation to that formation and let them unleash their strongest power." Countless arrays appeared under Jiyu's feet in an instant. Those countless arrays were connected in an instant. The flames were connected in an instant, and the wall of fire burst out in an instant. Countless balls of fire flew out from the wall of fire. Those Xian beasts on the ground roared and retreated with fear in their eyes. They looked in the direction of Jiyu. In the blink of an eye, Jiyu disappeared on the spot. After a while, she took 2 steps forward. At this moment, a pack of wolves rushed out from various parts of the deep forest. They bared their huge fangs and flew in the direction of Jiyu, breaking the arrays on the ground. At this moment, those Xian beasts tore a hole in the array and those demonic beasts rushed in. Jiyu suddenly raised her head and made a gesture with her hands. A huge array appeared in her hands. Then, 2 balls of fire flew out. At this moment, the 2 balls of fire collided with the demonic wolf pack. At this moment, those wolves were sent flying. At this moment, several huge demonic wolf kings pushed away their little demonic wolves and bit in the direction of Jiyu. At this moment, Jiyu swung the huge sword of the Kuan Peng in her hand. At this moment, the teeth of 2 demonic wolf kings were broken. She suddenly turned around and stabbed the huge sword of the Kuan Peng in her hand. In an instant, a pool of blood appeared on the demonic wolf's body. The demonic wolf kings quickly gathered together. At this moment, the 3 demonic wolf kings fixed their eyes on Jiyu. At this moment, the demonic wolf king pounced on them. Looking at the demonic wolf king in front of him, he punched the demonic wolf king. At this moment, the demonic wolf king roared. They watched as Jiyu tore them apart. Jiyu pulled herself away and said calmly, "Brothers, let's attack together." After saying this, the rest of the people flew forward at the same time. They raised their hands, lifted the spears in their hands, and threw them out. Those spears fell on the demonic wolf pack. At this moment, the demonic wolf king let out a low roar and collapsed to the ground. After this wave of demonic beasts attacked, he finally had the time to catch his breath. Jiyu exchanged glances with them. After the 2 waves of demonic beasts attacked, a trace of excitement appeared in their eyes. This was the first time that they had succeeded in a group attack. The elder nodded at Jiyu with great satisfaction. "You are Jiyu, the disciple that Elder Yi accepted as his disciple?" Jiyu nodded. The elder then said slowly, "Haha, learn well. Elder Yi only accepted you as his disciple." Jiyu returned to the sect. When Yi Chumai saw that Jiyu had returned, she went forward to check on her carefully. After seeing that Jiyu was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good that you are fine," Yi Chumai said calmly. Yi Chumai said faintly, "I recently found a formation that can greatly increase the power of your formation." After saying this, the 2 of them looked at each other. Yi Chumai brought Jiyu out of the sect and arrived at the Spirit Domain Mountain. He looked at the Spirit Domain Mountain. Yi Chumai said faintly, "This is one of the protective formations that our profound array peak has built over the years. As long as you obtain the Spirit Fire Mystic Stone on it, the formation you build will have unexpected effects." Yi Chumai walked slowly on the road. Suddenly, a sea of cherry blossoms flew around them. Jiyu then said slowly, "The scenery here is so good. It is suitable for the 2 of us to have a meal together." "What is a meal together?" Yi Chumai asked in confusion. Jiyu took a step forward. "A meal together is a meal. There is actually such a saying." "How interesting." Jiyu took out a small tablecloth from his storage ring and placed it on the ground. This was Yi Chumei's first time having a picnic. She was delighted. After the two of them ate, she said, "A picnic like this is quite interesting." At this moment, Yi Chumei felt a wave of dizziness. Ji landed on the ground. He raised his eyes and looked forward. The poison in his fingertips surged out crazily and gathered at Ji fingertips. At this moment, the two mystic forces gathered together. She sat up and said to Ji in front of her, "I can't use my mystic force." After saying this, Ji frowned and said faintly, "It's not a problem with my food." After saying this, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. A bolt of lightning fell from the dark cloud. A few black-clothed people walked out. The leader said faintly, "Elder Yi, where is your sister?" His words seemed to carry an infinite amount of threat. Yi Chumei saw through his gaze and said faintly, "Yanga left the Divine Evolution Temple a few years ago. If I'm not wrong, you are the group that was chased out by Grandpa Ancestor back then, right?" The black-clothed people were silent. He looked at Ji. After clapping their hands, the few people beside them landed on the ground. They looked at each other, and the few people beside them walked up at this moment. At this moment, countless people gathered and walked in front of the two of them. Only then did the people beside him say, "Senior brother, our elder Yi is quite pretty. How about we capture her and dual cultivate after interrogating her? This is useless to us." After saying this, the two of them looked at each other. Ji said faintly, "With just you?" In an instant, the people on the cliff jumped down and landed on the ground. They flew in Ji's direction and jumped onto the ground. They raised the treasured weapons in their hands and stabbed in Ji's direction. Ji suddenly turned around and raised the treasured weapons in her hands. She stabbed the treasured weapons and the two weapons collided. Ji turned around. The black-clothed person said faintly, "Move aside." After saying this, the black-clothed people beside him picked up the treasured weapons in their hands and flew up. They swung the treasured weapons in their hands. Ji held the Kuan-Peng giant sword and blocked the treasured weapons in front of her. He turned around and the treasured weapons collided. Only then did they fly out. He said faintly, "Why is the dark force in your body still there?" A trace of doubt appeared in the black-clothed person's eyes. Chapter 727. The men in black had vigilant looks on their faces. Ji landed on the tree trunk and looked out. They looked at each other. More than 10 men in black had just landed from the cliff and looked in Ji's direction. They raised their hands and countless arrows flew down. Ji took a step forward. At this moment, a 5-point star suddenly appeared on the ground. A mystic skill was suddenly displayed. 2 earthen walls rose up with a rumble at this moment. The long walls blocked in front of Ji and Yi Chumei. The dozens of profound crossbows could have pierced through the diamond obsidian mystic beasts, but when the thick wall fell, the person behind him suddenly flew out. He brandished his precious weapon and walked straight towards Ji. The dozen men in black, except for the leader, attacked at the same time. The dozen men in black punched the walls and the walls suddenly collapsed. The leader of the men in black grinned. "It's useless to resist." After he said this, Yi Zichen nodded. The earth on the ground quickly melted. The sand quickly spiraled up and wrapped around their legs. The men in black frowned. "You can actually use a mystic skill to this extent." Ji frowned. He stretched out his hands and grabbed. The power of the sand closed tightly at this moment and a cracking sound suddenly rang out. Cracking sounds came from the feet of the men in black. In an instant, they fell to the ground one by one. The men in black jumped up and looked in Ji's direction. Ji flew up quickly. After a few leaps, he landed on the ground. Looking at the approaching crowd, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The giant Kuan-Peng sword appeared in his hand instantly. He held the giant Kuan-Peng sword and flew up in the blink of an eye. After a few leaps, he landed on the ground. The mystic energy in his hand gathered together at this moment. It came crashing down. Ji quickly twisted his body and swung his sword up. The two mystic energies collided at this moment. The remaining people fell to the ground, and he jumped up. The leader of the black-clothed men waved his hand, and the few black-clothed men who were still alive retreated. He extended his sword, and in the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning shot towards Gu. He smiled. Although your mystic skill of earth is very powerful, my thunderous force can break through your power. In the next moment, a powerful thunderous force erupted from Gu's giant Kuan Peng sword. A thunder dragon flew out at this moment and roared at the sky. After roaring angrily, it twisted its body and flew down. It collided heavily with the mystic energy. There was a loud boom. The entire forest seemed to tremble at this moment. Gu raised the precious weapon in his hand. This person's strength was somewhat beyond Gu's imagination. He carried Yi Chumai, who had no mystic energy left, and flew into the forest. He continued to travel through the forest. After a few leaps, he landed in the middle of the forest. He turned his head and swung the precious weapon in his hand. The surrounding sand and dust were blown up instantly. In an instant, the sand and dust covered the sky and the earth. He looked at the sandstorm in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he ran forward again after a few leaps. The man in black followed closely behind him. He landed in a forest and said with a frown, "Since you've caught up, just wait for your death." After he finished speaking, the dark force in his hand started to gather rapidly. In an instant, the giant sword was swung down heavily. In an instant, the powerful force flew up and broke open the entire forest. At this moment, the flames engulfed all the trees. He took a deep breath and raised the mystic energy in his hand. The man in black led the people beside him and said indifferently, "Use your divine senses to search. I must find him." After he finished speaking, the people around him flew up and landed on the tree trunk. After a few leaps, he flew up and combined with the trees. In an instant, he was one with the tree trunk. He coiled around the trees and swung out like a poisonous snake. Mystic energy of wood. Just how strong is Gu? Yi Chumai said faintly, "Put me down." After saying this, Gu frowned and asked, "Why?" "Your strength is far greater than any one of them, but their combined strength is far greater than yours. You can still escape if you put me down." Gu suddenly smiled faintly. At this moment, Yi Chumai felt that Gu's smile was actually so beautiful. "I am a man. I am a man." Her heart, which had not been touched for thousands of years, trembled slightly at this moment. A long sword streaked across the night sky and fell in front of Gu. It was just a little bit away from cutting Gu's face. However, as if he could not see the long sword, he twisted his body and waited for it to land on the ground. The mystic energy on the precious weapon fluctuated in all directions at this moment. The aura swept over in an instant. Gu hugged Yi Chumai and fell quickly at this moment. The two of them landed on the ground. He said indifferently, "I'm here. Nothing will happen." At this moment, the mystic energy collided with him. After the collision, he fell to the ground. The two of them landed on the ground and locked their gazes on Gu in front of them. The man in black and the person beside him looked at each other. Mystic skill fusion. "Come, dream dragon." After the mystic energy on his body roared, a huge dragon flew out from the ground and circled in the air. Mystic skill, 10,000 miles ice seal. His body turned into an ice bird and flew onto the huge dragon. The dragon and phoenix gathered together in an instant. The huge dragon turned into an ice dragon in an instant. A chilling aura slowly leaked out from the corner of its mouth. At this moment, the cold air approached the front. At this moment, everything was frozen. Gu took a step back. At this moment, the ice dragon quickly circled in a circle. At this moment, the ice dragon gathered a ball of cold air in its throat. At this moment, the cold air quickly spurted out. Yi Chumai frowned. In an instant, she appeared in front of Gu. "Disciple, let Master protect you this time." "Master." Gu's eyes were completely bloodshot. The pentagram under his feet suddenly lit up, and his legs moved like the wind, disappearing from where he was. The leader of the black-clothed men closed his eyes and curled his lips. Mystic skill, starry sky. In an instant, the starry sky shone brightly and countless meteors splashed down. Jiyu's Kuan-Peng giant sword. The Kuan-Peng mysterious spirit left the precious weapon and roared at the sky. A ball of fire burst out from its mouth. The leader of the black-clothed men twisted its body and slapped down with its palm. The two balls of fire tangled together. Boom! A loud sound exploded in the sky. Good boy, you can actually withstand my palm. Master, I'll help you break open the mystic scripture by force later. You should leave quickly. The leader in black laughed out loud. You think you can do that? Suddenly, in the sky, the wind and clouds turned dark. A strong voice penetrated the space. Humph, a mere LV8 human profound realm brat dares to hurt my disciple? Get lost. A precious weapon cut through the shackles in the sky and fell to the ground. A loud explosion sounded. Who is it? The leader in black showed a trace of fear in his eyes. An elegant figure stood on top of the treasure weapon, looking forward. Divine Array Peak, Li Yuchang. What? After hearing that, the men in black showed fear in their eyes. Li Yuchang, it's the Divine Array Peak. Li Yuchang said to Jiyu, who was in front of him. You've chosen a good disciple. No one knew if he was talking to Jiyu, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Want to leave? Li Yuzhong seemed to have known that the men in black were trying to escape from this place. Suddenly, countless long swords flew out. In the blink of an eye, the flying swords pierced through the two men in black. The leader in black suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of Jiyu. The precious weapon in his hand shot out. The precious weapon scattered and pierced through each of their chests. The remaining men looked at each other. Several men in black reached out their hands and said to the leader, Save me, save me. No one will forget your contribution to the sacred sect. The leader of the black-robed men stretched out his hand and clenched it tightly. Instantly, that guy let out a miserable shriek, and then exploded in an instant. His flesh and blood entered the formation. With a loud sound, they entered the Blood Sea formation in an instant. The Blood Sea formation had isolated Li Changyu, Jiyu, and the rest on the other side. They had isolated Jiyu, and when the formation dissipated, the leader of the black-robed men had already disappeared. Li Changyu turned around and asked Jiyu calmly, They should be the people who were expelled from the evolving divine palace. Do you know why they came to kill you? I don't know. Jiyu had completely concealed that matter. He lifted his head and said calmly, I'll bring your master back first. You'll return with the rest of the group later. After saying this, the two of them disappeared in an instant. Jiyu picked up the precious artifact. A 5-point star lit up under his feet. He stepped into the star and disappeared in an instant. The disciples of the Divine Array Peak had already gathered on this mountain. Chapter 728. All the disciples fixed their eyes on this big hero. Long live, junior brother is mighty. It was unknown who was the first to shout, but the rest of the people quickly followed suit, forming a sea of cheers. The elder of the God's Array Peak stroked his beard. He waved his hands and turned his head. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he stood. He disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the rest of the people looked at each other. The black mass of people jumped down from the sky and landed on the ground. They looked at each other. He said to Jiyu in front of him, Boy, these are your senior brothers, right? After the elders were teleported back to their own place, they woke up with a start. They looked at each other and disappeared in an instant. In an instant, the black-robed men flew down. They landed on the ground. They looked at each other, raised the swords in their hands, and said to Jiyu indifferently, Kill. After shouting these words, the rest of the black-clothed men rushed forward. Jiyu abruptly turned around and brandished the treasure in his hand. After landing on the ground, he suddenly turned around, and the long sword suddenly flew down. In an instant, the long sword was waved out, and the precious weapon fell in front of Jiyu. The two long swords collided at this moment. The people in black retreated, and Jiyu raised his hand. The disciples of the God's Array Peak on Jiyu's side were not to be outdone. They raised the precious weapons in their hands, and in an instant, they flew forward. They raised their hands. At this moment, the dark force erupted, and the long sword suddenly fell down. He raised his hand, and those dark swords stabbed down. He suddenly raised his hand, and those long swords collided with the array at this moment. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the people in black. It was said that the disciples of the evolving divine palace were all top experts, but they did not expect it to be true. "We can't do this. Retreat." After shouting these words, they looked at each other and disappeared in the blink of an eye. They turned their heads and said indifferently, "Go to hell." After roaring out these words, they instantly disappeared from where they were. Countless holes appeared on the ground. A patch of them appeared in the air. Jiyu suddenly retreated, waved his hand, and a ball of fire instantly burned on the ground. At this moment, the raging flames started to burn behind them. Jiyu's body flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. In an instant, he floated in the air and slowly extended his hand. The ball of fire gathered in his hand, and the figures of the black-robed men had long since disappeared. Jiyu turned around, and at this moment, he slowly walked forward. In the hall of the gods' array peak, Yi Chumai looked in Jiyu's direction. "You did well," she said faintly. She turned to look at the people of the other group. "You've done something wrong." Those disciples knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. At this moment, they said, "I beg you, let me go." They kept kowtowing. Yi Chumai raised her soft fingers and waved them heavily. In an instant, the stone danced and fell on the other party. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiyu raised his head and said indifferently, "Master, let him go." Yi Chumai snorted coldly. "Presumptuous." Jiyu didn't answer, but looked at him with a burning gaze. He walked out of the main hall and arrived at a patch of grass. He walked into the Shen beast forest and found a blue egg in the depths of the forest. He picked up the egg, and a bright light shone from it. It was as if a small phoenix was roaring inside. Jiyu stroked the small phoenix in front of him. He handed the phoenix egg to the little girl. The little girl looked at the egg, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Holding the Shen egg, he began to laugh cheerfully. At this moment, the phoenix egg suddenly jumped onto the table and into the other party's hand. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The little girl rubbed the phoenix egg. She turned around and said indifferently, "Thank you, senior brother Ji." At this moment, Jiyu picked up the scroll in front of her and placed it in her bosom. At this moment, he was walking out of the door. Dang, 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 the bell rang 3 times. Jiyu was holding a scroll. He needed to refine a pill so that the little girl could enter the threshold of cultivation as soon as possible. He walked into the hall. A pale-faced boy walked forward. Jiyu looked forward and said indifferently, "You're the legendary Jiyu?" The corners of Jiyu's mouth curled into a smile. He said indifferently, "That's me." "That's great. We don't fight on the Elixir Peak, so we envy you for having such an experience." Jiyu rubbed his little head. This little girl has such a good figure, but she still wants to pretend to be a man. Isn't that a joke? Although this was what Jiyu thought, he would not say it out loud. He said indifferently, "Time for class." An old man with a ruddy face and white hair walked out and nodded at Jiyu. Then he began to talk about the secrets of refining pills. When the old man was halfway through, an arrogant man walked out. He waved the fan in his hand and said to the person beside him, "You're sitting on my seat." He put his hands together. The new disciples did not know this man. They began to discuss softly. Jiyu turned around and stretched out his hands. In the next moment, the huge amount of profound force gathered together and gathered all the profound force together. They looked at each other. "This is Lu Zhong. He's the legendary alchemy grandmaster. The most talented alchemist." They looked at each other. Jiyu walked forward and put his hand on the seat. He said indifferently, "Junior sister, you're here too." The fair-faced young man beside Jiyu snorted coldly. Jiyu said indifferently, "I sat on this seat first. If you want a seat, there seems to be one behind." Lu Zhong's lips curled into a cold smile. He snorted coldly, and a dark expression appeared on his face. This brat, how dare he? After the two of them finished speaking, they looked at each other. Then, Ji-yu extended her hand. At this moment, the profound energy gathered together and gradually formed a ball of fire. That ball of fire suddenly flew out and landed on Ji-yu's body. Ji-yu swung his hand and the balls of fire flew out of the door. The flames burned outside the door. Ji-yu frowned. If not for the powerful aura energy in his body, he would have been killed. He had been burned to death by the raging fire just now. He asked indifferently, "What is that on your body?" "Ignorant guy. This is an exotic flame." The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile of satisfaction. The elder said, "Nonsense. How dare you use an exotic flame? Someone, give him 10 feet. However, no one in the hall dared to move. Ji-yu walked to the side. He picked up the spear beside him and whipped it hard on the elder. Although the people from Pill Peak were very talented in alchemy, they were noobs in other fields. Although they were around the 8th level of the human profound realm, they had been cultivating their Xian Qi all their lives and had not practiced any combat skills. That was why they were defeated. He opened his eyes. "How dare you do this to me? Someone, take him down. I will reward you with 50 Xian pills." After shouting these words, they looked at each other and instantly jumped up. In an instant, several people flew into the room from all directions. They raised their hands, and at this moment, the treasures on them lit up with a bright light. The precious artifact flew forward in an instant. 5 treasures fell on Ji-yu's body. He kicked one of the treasures. At this moment, the treasures flew forward and stabbed into the surrounding walls. Ji-yu turned around, and his fist almost landed on the ground. At this moment, a shout suddenly rang out. A few people ran out from the side, and the treasures in their hands floated out. "Lu Zhong, you dare to use an outsider to attack a fellow disciple in the evolution peak?" They looked at each other. Lu Zhong said indifferently, "Law Enforcement Hall, you dare to arrest me? Don't you know how many pills I give out every year?" Ji-yu disappeared from where he was in the blink of an eye. A moment later, he appeared beside Lu Zhong. The Kuan Peng sword in his hand was about to strike. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. The two of them looked at each other. Just as the treasures were about to strike, he suddenly turned around and swung the treasures in his hand. The 2 treasures collided. A loud crack was heard. The treasures broke. Lu Zhong said fearfully, "Ji-yu, do you have the guts to compete with me?" "Compete with what? You've already lost to me." Let's compete in alchemy." "Okay." The surrounding disciples' discussion became more intense. "He actually dares to compete in alchemy. He's crazy." "That's right. Lu Zhong is an alchemy grandmaster. And he's a big sect that cultivates all year round. Who doesn't give him face in the central region?" At this moment, Ji-yu raised his hand. A golden light suddenly lit up and the pill furnace appeared in front of Ji-yu. Lu Zhong said, "Then what shall we bet?" Chapter 729. There was a cunning look in his eyes. Ji-yu asked calmly, "What do you want to bet on?" "Ha ha ha." He suddenly burst out laughing and said to Ji-yu, "Let's bet on the most important thing to an alchemist. My hand." He pointed at Ji-yu's left hand. "If you lose, then leave your right hand behind." "Okay." Lu Zhong said calmly, "Elder, please be our witness." After he finished speaking, he walked forward and made a grabbing motion with his hands. Suddenly, 2 balls of fire emerged from the pill furnace in front of him. A purple flame appeared on Lu Zhong's body. It was the deviant fire that he used to deal with Ji-yu. The deviant fire gathered under the furnace and started to burn. A ball of fire quickly emerged from the pill furnace. Under the control of the deviant fire, 4 or 5 medicinal herbs started to dissolve faster. The remaining powder landed on a piece of paper. She smelled the powder on it. Ji-yu said calmly, "The deviant fire is really good. Mph, you're going to lose." He stomped his foot on the ground and channeled his dark force into the cauldron. At this moment, the pill cauldron started to shake non-stop. After placing the herbs into the cauldron, Ji-yu took out a small pill bottle and poured a drop of golden blood into the cauldron. Lu Zhong frowned. He didn't understand what Ji-yu was doing, But the elder who was watching from the side stroked his beard and said calmly, "This is unbelievable." The furnace quickly gathered the dark force in the heaven and earth and turned into a small embryonic form of a pill. At this moment, the medicinal power gathered in the embryonic form of the pill. All of a sudden, 2 pills flew up from their cauldrons and danced in the air. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the lightning in the sky entered the embryonic form of the pill. The 2 pills quickly plundered the dark force in the heaven and earth and quickly turned their own pills. Soon, 2 invisible vortexes of dark force were formed. In an instant, the dark force in the heaven and earth gathered together. Jiyu took a step forward. He turned around and quickly took the pill in his hand. He opened his palm and a pill appeared in the middle of his palm. The scene just now was too shocking. Jiyu just reached out and pointed. Suddenly, the pill in the air turned into a huge dragon and was about to swallow the other party's pill. He didn't expect that Lu Zhong's medicinal pill would also transform into a golden dragon at the same time. It actually transformed into a huge tiger. A dragon and a tiger. 2 dragons and tigers collided at this moment. The 2 of them looked at each other and he said calmly, "You still have such power." After saying this, they looked at each other. The ball of fire suddenly shot up into the sky. At this moment, the pill spirit of the pill collided. The 2 pill spirits devoured each other. In the end, the pill spirit in Jiyu's hand won. He reached out and grabbed. At this moment, the pill spirit quickly gathered and fell into Jiyu's hand. Lu Zhong snorted coldly, "You dare to cheat." Jiyu said calmly, "Logically speaking, the pill spirit will naturally devour the surrounding things." After saying this, he turned his head. Jiyu said calmly, "Are you going to leave your right hand behind?" After hearing this, Lu Chang clenched his teeth. A pentagram appeared under his feet, and he ran in another direction. His legs shot out like the wind. Jiyu disappeared in an instant. Ding! The host used the 3000 cloud movement and gained 1 by 999 experience points. After he appeared, he swung the Kuan-Peng giant sword down. The giant sword was about to fall on his shoulder. In the night sky, there was a flash of light. A small stone broke through the sky like a meteor. The small stone collided with the giant sword. The web between Jiyu's thumb and forefinger started to feel numb. 6 or 7 men landed on the ground. The leader took a step forward. The beard on his face trembled. He said to Jiyu in front of him, "Get lost." They looked at each other. The 5 men stood in front of the black-robed man. The white-bearded elder touched his beard. "Lu Zheng, is your Lu family looking down on our God-evolving peak?" He suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha, God-evolving peak, if it weren't for our Lu family's support, would you be able to achieve what you have today?" The white-bearded elder snorted coldly. "Jiyu, my young friend, take it as giving this old man face today. Let them leave. From today onwards, the Lu family has nothing to do with us. You said it yourself. In the future, you have to blame me for not providing pills to the God-evolving peak." After saying this, he turned his head. Lu Zheng waved his hand, and the rest of the people grabbed Lu Zhong in front of them, turned their heads, and walked out of the door of the God Evolution Peak. "Elder, I gave you face today. But tomorrow, I will think of a way to deal with them." Whitebeard laughed and stroked his beard. After laughing, he disappeared from where he was. Several senior brothers walked out. They looked at each other and walked to Jiyu with a smile. Jiyu said to them, "Are you willing to do a big deal with me?" After hearing this, they looked at each other excitedly. In a flash, they took out the pills in their hands and placed them on the table. They looked at the sparkling pills with a trace of excitement on their faces. The rest of them looked at each other. At this moment, they slowly took a step forward and put the pills into their mouths. After consuming the elixir, the Xian energy in that person's body suddenly rose rapidly. He slammed the table and said indifferently, "This elixir is simply too miraculous. It's much better than the Lu family's." Jiyu said indifferently, "I'm going to sell this pill to the God-evolving peak," he said with a face full of pride. The others looked at each other and each took out a storage ring and handed it to Jiyu. Jiyu scanned with her divine sense and found that there were many herbs in the storage ring. He was overjoyed. Turning around, he slowly took a step forward. He picked up the storage ring in front of him and cupped his hands at the crowd. Returning to the manor, he sat on the chair and placed the storage ring on the table. Many alchemists walked over. They sat cross-legged on the ground. Jiyu said indifferently, "Thank you for your support. Next, I'll impart my method of refining pills to you. This way, we can increase the speed of refining pills." One must know that the method of refining pills was the secret of every alchemist. He closed his eyes and sat on the ground. Raising his hands, he started chanting. At this moment, countless secret incantations slowly floated into everyone's ears. After waiting for a moment, they slowly opened their eyes. At this moment, they sat up. As if they had comprehended something, they injected the dark force in their hands into their respective pill furnaces. In just 1 day's time, he had refined 500 8th-grade medicinal pills. They placed the 500 8th-grade pills on the table. They looked at each other and sat on the chair. He injected all his dark force into the pills in front of him. At this moment, he turned his head and saw a fatty walking in with a smile. He put the pills he produced today in the carriage and came to Evolution City. The rest of the people sat on the chairs at this moment. They looked at each other. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, they raised their hands. At this moment, a few streaks of dark force gathered and injected into the pill furnaces in front of them. At this moment, the lid of the pill furnaces soared into the sky. It fell to the side. Many of the itinerant cultivators on the street looked at the huge carriage. They looked up and said indifferently, "What's the matter with you?" The rest of the itinerant cultivators seemed to have smelled something in the carriage. At this moment, he walked to the front of the carriage and said with a smile, "Brother, if you have something good on you, why don't you share it with us?" The remaining few people also had a faint smile on their faces. Yes, yes. The itinerant cultivators walked out. Their dark force had reached the peak of LV8 human profound realm. They felt that the treasure chest in the carriage was slowly opening at this moment. At this moment, the fatty said, "No." After saying this, the rest of the rogue cultivators jumped on top of the carriage. Just as they were about to attack, a huge explosion suddenly came from inside the carriage. At this moment, they were sent flying. They fell to the ground one after another. At this moment, they opened their eyes and said indifferently, "Who are you people?" Jiyu stood on the cover of the carriage and said indifferently, "These are all pills that can raise your cultivation level. If you want pills, you have to buy them with magnetite. We don't accept robberies here." The rest of the people jumped up quickly and landed on the ground at this moment. "This is not up to you. In this place, only the Lu family's pills need to be bought with dark stones." Ha ha ha. The rest of the people laughed along with the itinerant cultivator. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,